has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coating and their transformation, like your neighbor Mike.
Well, the local company that we used first was highly recommended by people in our neighborhood. We did not know until after it didn't work on our floor. It just healed up like a cheap suit. And so my wife says, we got to do something. And so she started looking around on the internet, and she found Galaxy.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
We got Galaxy out here. They got here at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and they finished up at 6 o'clock that night. Other than having a beautiful garage floor, you couldn't tell they were here. Just did a wonderful job on it.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools.
Still looks fantastic, and anybody that visits our house, that's all they want to talk about. I mean, they just can't believe how nice the garage floor looks.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Rates have dropped, and it's time to take advantage. A lot of us are struggling to keep up with everyday bills, eggs, coffee, and you're reaching for those credit cards to pay for those. But homeowners, listen up. Interest rates have fallen into the 5s. That's nearly a quarter of the average credit card rate. American Financing is helping homeowners just like you save an average of $800 a month by simply tapping into your home's equity and wiping out that high interest debt. And the best part is there are no upfront fees to get started. Credit card rates are insane. And if you're carrying a balance every month, you're stuck in an endless cycle. So break free today. Call American Financing and see how much money you can save. And if you start now, you might even delay the next 2 mortgage payments, saving you even more money up front. 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or go online, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 starts at 6.327% for well-qualified borrowers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms. It's the Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions Raffle early bird deadline tonight at midnight. And today's your last chance to be in to win a 2025 Audi SQ7, plus a 9-night getaway to Switzerland with the early bird prize. And today, we're presenting stories of courage. Sean is an ambassador for Children's Hospital Colorado. He's in middle school now, but at the age of 2, he was diagnosed with a rare form of cancer.
I was diagnosed with astrocytoma. It's a type of cancer that affects your body.
Before the diagnosis, Sean's mom knew something was wrong.
So he was 2 years old, and at his 2-year checkup, he was not meeting the milestones, and then he started regressing, and that's when they recommended we do an MRI. And when we did the MRI on July 1st, 2014, we found the tumor that was the size of a pool ball lodged right above his brainstem.
That's when Children's Hospital Colorado sprung into action.
We were admitted that day for emergency surgery to figure out exactly what type of tumor it was. Within 24 hours, we knew it was cancerous. Unfortunately, also a tumor that didn't have a strategic treatment plan. So that's when things got really crazy. And then we had to start going down the route of trial treatments. This Children's Hospital is a research hospital, and he's a scientist, and he became a science experiment for trying to find a cure for astrocytomas.
Children's Hospital Colorado puts everything they have into the health of their young patients. And 11 years on, Sean is doing well. And he's making history.
Yes, in the past 11 years, he's been on 3 different types of chemos. He's helped get 2 trial drugs, FDA approved, one of which he's back on himself. So it's given hope to him and for so many other families in the future.
You can help give hope to families by participating in the Mighty Millions raffle. You'll support Children's Hospital Colorado as they continue to transform health outcomes for children like Sean. Buy before the early bird deadline tonight at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
It's a pinpoint weather alert day. Look for snow showers off and on throughout the day today, mostly melting, and then we're going to see temperatures drop into the 20s overnight with a little lingering snow on Saturday, too. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Chuck Sievertson. Federal judges in 2 separate courts in Washington are holding hearings today at the same time on potential violations of their orders by the Trump administration. Judge McFadden, a Trump appointee, hears arguments over the alleged ignoring of his order to restore White House access to the Associated Press. Judge Jackson, an Obama appointee, has a hearing on the potential violation of her order on the firing of more than 1,400 employees of the Federal Consumer Protection Board. Reacting to Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen's meeting with the man who was mistakenly sent to that notorious prison in El Salvador, the wife of Kilmar Abrego Garcia in Maryland.
The most important thing for me, my children, his mom, his brother, his sibling, was to see him alive, and we saw him alive.
Jennifer Vasquez tells ABC News her husband is not a member of MS-13, the drug gang. Wall Street markets closed for Good Friday. This is ABC News. New Jersey filing a lawsuit against Discord, claiming the messaging and gaming platform recklessly exposes children to graphic, violent content, sexual abuse, and exploitation. New Jersey State Attorney General Matthew Platkin.
Discord has been at the center of numerous criminal cases involving predators that were found to have used the app to engage in sexual grooming, extortion, and exploitation.
Discord refuting the claim, saying it's proud of its continuous efforts, it says, and investments and features and tools that help make Discord safer. Texas lawmakers have approved a bill to spend $1 billion in public money on a school voucher program for private school tuition, homeschooling, or other educational expenses. Similar programs are in 17 other states. About 10,000 pages of records related to the 1968 assassination of Senator Robert F. Kennedy are released, put up today on archive.gov, ordered by President Trump. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
My name is Bobby. I'm a veteran and lost my leg to a roadside bomb. My victory was going from a wheelchair to becoming a weightlifting champion.
I'm Sam. I'm a veteran. My victory was finding a career I can be proud of and supporting my family.
America's veterans are on their most important tour, the tour of their lives.
I'm a veteran. My victory was going from homeless to home.
At DAV, we're on a mission to help veterans get the benefits they've earned.
I'm a veteran, and my victory was finishing my education.
DAV offers veterans of all generations a lifetime of support for victories great and small.
My victory was proving that disability is not a limitation.
My victory was getting my service dog a new best friend.
We help more than 1 million veterans every year as they face and conquer their challenges.
My victory is being able to be there for my family.
When America's veterans win, we all win. Help us support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
3 international students in Colorado are suing the Trump administration after having their visas revoked. The lawsuit filed in U.S. District Court in Denver accuses the Department of Homeland Security of unlawfully revoking the students' visas. It also says the students' right to due process has been ignored. Students were not identified in the lawsuit. Reportedly, they go to colleges in Denver, Fort Collins, and Colorado Springs. A wintry Friday ahead with several inches of wet snow expected, especially in the foothills. At lower elevations, though, driving shouldn't be too big a problem.
Overall, with it being this late into the season, the daytime snow is really going to be kind of eaten away by the warmer road temperatures.
Zach Harris with the National Weather Service. In sports, the weather could be a problem for tonight's scheduled Rockies-Nationals game at Coors Field. Whenever the Rockies do take the field, former manager Clint Hurdle will be back in the dugout. The team has named Hurdle to be its new hitting coach. That's the latest. I'm Pat Woodard.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Yeah, we've got a problem up north, I-25 southbound at Thornton Parkway Center Lane. Looks like an accident. It is backing up to 104th Avenue. Ahead of that, not too bad. As you're getting into downtown, it's a little sluggish, along with 270, both directions out of Commerce City. A little slow also. Watch for an accident also. This was coming in at Colfax and Yosemite over to the east side, and also 38th and Brighton. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
What if I can guarantee the price of Bitcoin will be $1 million in 2030? Well, I can't, but I can guarantee you'll save a lot of money on blinds at my company, Blindster.com. Free samples, free shipping, and guaranteed to fit. Shop at Blindster.com today.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Every morning brings a fresh, new energy. And no matter what the day holds, we come to the Today Show for all of it.
We get the best start to the day because we started together.
Watch the Today Show weekdays at 7 a.m. on NBC. Hurt in a car crash? Get John Fuller on your side. Call Fuller.com. We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
I stream online
At KHOW.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Happy. That's happy. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. How's everything going? Let's talk about your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is give us a call. Today is Car Friday. Now, that doesn't mean we talk just cars, but it is one of our main topics. But we want to start out with a problem that came up yesterday, which has nothing to do with cars. It has to do with roofs. It brings up several good topics. First of all, I'm talking to Judy, and Judy, I believe, is in her 80s. She owns a home. Her husband died a few years ago, and she's a bit overwhelmed. Her insurance company, State Farm, says, hey, you got to trim some trees and do some stuff before we're going to reinsure your house. And she's going to have trouble finding insurance, and if she does, she's going to be forced to replace her roof because insurance companies will not insure a home with a very old, dilapidated roof. Now, when a roof wears out in Colorado, we're under the impression insurance should pay for it. We almost never buy a roof. I'll bet you Excel Roofing very seldom does what's called a retail job. That's where someone calls and says, I need a new roof. And they say, okay, that'll be $25,000, and the consumer pays. The consumers wait and hope that insurance will pay based on an event. Judy had her gutters cleaned under that excelroofing.com special, a gutter cleaning special. And when they went to her home, one of the people from Excel said, your roof is in terrible condition and you need a new roof. It looks like it's wind damaged. Now, I want to explain something to people. If your roof became wind damaged over time, because wind gusts come here, wind gusts come there, high winds, low winds, in between winds, over a few years, you get missing tiles, other problems. Your insurance is not going to cover that. Insurance are for casualty events. That means a storm. That means sustained winds or hail or some kind of calamity. It does not simply cover a roof because it's old and wind damaged. So I asked Henry Bretz from Excel Roofing to take a look at the photos that were taken when those guys were out there, the pics. Take a look at it and compare it to the weather. Find out if you can tie this to a wind event, a windstorm or a hailstorm. By the way, I want to mention she lives in Colorado, in Denver. Someone thought she was in Wyoming. She is not. She is in Denver. Henry, from looking at those photos, you can clearly see the roof is in bad shape. But can you tie it to an event?
Yeah, so the date that we believe that the majority of this damage came from was from July 20th, 2024. We saw some really significant winds around this area from about 60 to 75 miles per hour. And when we had our project manager out there, the majority of the shingles have actually had uplift and will lift up. And there are some shingles that have actually blown off the roof, so they're completely missing.
Okay, so you believe she could have a claim based on that. Judy, did you tell your insurance company?
I do.
Yeah, Judy.
Yes.
Did you tell them a date of a storm?
I never saw the adjuster.
Okay. Well, I believe we can proceed with an insurance claim with State Farm since they are roofing experts. They looked at the weather. They tracked the weather. They tracked the roofs. And they believe it was an actual windstorm. So...
I remember I remember it, but I don't remember the date.
Good. Henry's going to walk you through filing a claim. And if you have a lot of trouble, we may get a public adjuster involved. Public adjusters are specifically licensed to fight with insurance companies for you, and they take a percentage. And don't worry about that percentage. They always collect more than you can anyway. But first, Excel Roofing, of course, can help with basic insurance claims. And he's going to walk you through what to do. And if you have any trouble with State Farm, we're going to jump on him. Okay? So, but in our conversations, Judy, you mentioned your husband died, that State Farm says you got to trim trees. You said there are a number of issues around the house, and you're finding it, you didn't say this, but I sensed you were finding home ownership without your husband a little overwhelming because your home is getting up there in years.
Yes.
And you have you only have $600 in the bank. And I'm going to tell you something. I very seldom recommend specific items for people, but I was thinking, what can help Judy? She's not going to be eligible for a lot of stuff because she owns a home. Then I thought, there is no downside to what I'm going to recommend. Now, you don't have to do it. But Judy, over the next few years, you're in your 80s, your home is getting up there in age. You're going to have things you have to do on your home. And you can't take out credit card debt and all of that. I mean, you're going to be faced with things that have to be done. Who knows when your water heater's going to go or your HVAC? I mean, how old is your home, Judy?
It was built in 1962.
1962. Okay, so you know that there probably are a lot of deferred maintenance items that you can't afford if they come up in the next few years. So I consulted one of our experts at CMG Financial about a reverse loan. Let me explain. Like I said, you are tailor-made. This is what the government and this is what lenders had in mind when they invented the reverse loan. Number one, you're in your 80s. Number two, your house is paid for. Number three, you don't care about moving. You want to stay there the rest of your life. Do I have those three issues correct? You're in your 80s, your house is paid for,
correct,
and you want to stay there the rest of your life. Okay. Now,
correct.
Even if you want to leave your home to someone, a reverse loan is still in the cards for you. At your age, I'm going to bring up John Clace right now with partnerinlending.com, CMG Financial. He does reverse loans. John, I'd venture to say if she's in her early 80s, she has a house paid for, and the house, what is your house worth, Judy? What have the houses like yours been selling for roughly?
About $400,000.
Yeah.
When we bought it, we paid $15,000 way back when.
Oh my God. So $400,000, let's say. John, if she could get an appraisal of $400,000 in her 80s, I mean, and credit doesn't, well, credit only matters a certain extent. They don't really care a lot about credit, and you have to have taxes and insurance. And how do you pay your taxes and insurance right now, Judy?
I had enough in savings that I was able to pay the first half. The second half is coming due in June.
And do you have that money?
That's the $600 that I'm going to use, and then I'm going to sell some of my things, the personal things, to see if I can.
See, Judy, I don't want you
$1,000.
selling off your personal stuff. This is not the way your husband would want it. This is not the way a person lives whose home is paid off and they've worked hard all their lives. John, what's best case scenario and worst case scenario on a reverse loan for Judy?
Probably, she'd probably get up to $180,000. Either a line of credit or a lump sum.
Now, Judy,
probably a line of credit would be better, and then she can pay her bills and do whatever she wants.
Judy, let's say $150,000 to $180,000. Let's just be conservative. This would be a reverse loan, but it would be a line of credit. Let me explain this to you. It would be an emergency fund available when you need it. And you would literally be able to write a check for any amount of money, and it would go again, and it would be taken from this line of credit. When it's taken from this line of credit, you never have to pay it back. Your home, it'll accrue against your home. And as I said, this is why reverse loans were invented for people like you. Upon your death, had you planned on leaving your home to anyone?
My daughter and granddaughter.
Okay, now I'm going to explain this to you. That debt that you take out during your life to fix the house and keep it up is going to come out of their equity. But here's what I say, Judy. The house is paid for, and if you don't have this line of credit to do the deferred maintenance and things that come up, they're not going to have much when they inherit it because they're going to have to pay for that. So no matter what, you're doing them a service. Now, if they inherit a house with a little less equity, so what? And if they complain about it, I'm not saying they would, but I tell people who are elderly, who have kids that expect to inherit a house, I tell them, if you don't want me to have a reverse loan, then you put the new roof on, or you put new windows in, or you buy the furnace, or you paint the house. Judy, I suspect that your daughter probably would not be greedy, and she would want you to get a reverse loan. She can't afford to pay you money.
I haven't heard from her. I haven't heard from her or my son since 2018.
Then why would you leave it to any of them? Leave it to me.
Screw them.
Leave it to me. No, I'm just kidding. By the way, I truly, honest to God, am kidding, Judy. Don't. Okay, now.
Oh.
Find a good cause. Well, listen, if you want to leave it to your kids, I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I am going to tell you this. You need to talk to John at CMG Financial about a reverse loan. You truly need to get a reverse loan. Can you imagine what a relief this will be to you? Think about this, Judy. Someone says you need a new furnace and it's going to be $6,000 or $8,000. You can write a check for it and you never have to pay it back.
Well, it's funny you say that because they do need a hot water heater right now.
You need a new water heater. John, I'm sorry, you were walked on. What did you say, John?
I'm saying, and also she's guaranteed she can live there for the rest of her life, till the end of her life. That's some of the guarantees that come with it also.
And
as
here's
long
the
as she
great
makes
part
the
about it,
property
Judy.
taxes and the insurance payments.
Judy, here's the great part about it. If you don't use the line of credit, you're not paying interest on the line of credit.
How do you calculate, John, her income to qualify? So you take whatever the property taxes are, HOA if there's an HOA, and what else? What do you look at? What kind of income does she need?
We take square footage and kind of put a maintenance number down. Most people, even with Social Security Social Security income, can qualify because we can also use some of the equity in the house to help qualify that too.
Got
a number to that.
Right. So it's important that you do this almost immediately, Judy. Think of the weight.
Okay.
Think of the weight that would be lifted off your shoulders. Think about this. To have that
and
money
I
available.
have so many health issues right now, it's not even funny.
Now, Judy, here's another thing I'm going to say. And I say this because it has happened in the past. Because you'll have this pot of money that you can draw from in emergencies, there might be people who, through one way or another, discover that you have a reverse loan. And they come to you and they try to sell you stuff. Be very judicious on how you spend this money. And unfortunately, we've had people in your bracket who have borrowed money and they've gone up to Blackhawk and tried to hit it rich and they've gone broke. So please, I don't mean to preach to you. I have no right to, but I will say this, Judy. It is tempting when you have a lump sum of money to do things you normally wouldn't do. And I'm urging you not to do that.
No, I don't do stuff like that,
But certainly, no one would blame you if you wanted something and bought it to bring your life more happiness. Obviously, you can spend the money any way you want. I'm just saying be very, very careful. And if anyone ever hits you up and wants to sell you something or home improvement or something, or they knock on your door, you tell them, wait, I want to check with my friend Tom Martino first. And you do, and you call me. You can always call 303 Martino. You say, this is Judy, and we will help you. Okay? The next call you're going to get.
God bless you.
The next call you're going to get is from John Clace to get that reverse loan started. Now, that's if you want. I'm not trying to talk you into it, but I believe you're a candidate. Then Henry Bretz from Excel Roofing, he's going to try to get you that new roof through insurance. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I love when we can help people. I absolutely love it. One way I help people is telling them about great people like Frank Duran, the real estate man. We're talking about real estate. If you ever wanted to know what your house will sell for, Frank does it free of charge. Absolutely no obligation. 303-920-1622.
Did you know 1 in 10 Coloradans has unclaimed property, like unpaid wages or uncashed checks? Now you have the power to claim your property thanks to the Great Colorado Payback. The process is simple and secure. First, find yourself by typing in your name. Then we'll guide you through the identity verification process. Once we know it's you, we'll mail you a check. Get back what's yours. Visit greatcopayback.com to get started. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Treasury and the Colorado Broadcasters Association.
Time to talk to Marc Szymanski, the owner of Genesis Total Exteriors, which, by the way, does everything on the outside of your house, but they also do kitchens, baths, and basements, as well as mold detection and remediation. Now, having said all of that, let's switch to the outside of your house. There was a hailstorm about a year ago, and Mark, you're going to tell us the significance of a year ago, because if people had damage, what do they need to do?
Well, Tom, right in May of last year is when we had our last significant hailstorm. And if you think, even if you're on the outside of that, you should call us and have us come inspect your roof. Because if you hit the 1 year mark and you don't call in this claim, your insurance company may deny you coverage on that hail claim because you waited too long. Again, an inspection is free. There's no reason not to call us, even if you think you might not have hail damage. Call us. Let us come and take a look at your roof and let you know if your roof is looking in great shape.
Now, I want to talk about something else. When it comes to siding, you have a siding you really love. We talked about siding the other day. You have one that holds up to all weather. What is it?
It's called a line siding, and so it's a polyglass conglomerate of materials. It holds up. It's fire rated. It holds up to hail. It comes pre-finished. You'll never have to paint your house again. And the prices are amazing on it. I'm going to be doing my neighbor's house. Somebody else quoted her at $79,000. We're doing it at $56,000. My neighbor's house.
And it's the only siding you'll ever need.
It looks beautiful.
The only siding you'll ever need. So
Yep,
whether you're calling
done.
about
You put
hail
this on, you're
damage
done.
or getting work done by a company I know and trust, Genesis Total Exteriors.com, 303-679-8509. That's 303-679-8509. And how apropos that I go from one company I love to another. How about Discount Bath? Are you looking for a full bath renovation or maybe even a hall room bath? Little adjustment here or there. Maybe you want to add a bigger vanity. Maybe you want to change the toilet. Or you want to make a walk-in shower where you have that old ugly tub shower combo. I call them shubs. Well, discountbath.com will give you a price right now. Get it today. You go to discountbath.com, you sign up. Okay, and they send you a link. You then use that link to upload video. So walk around with your smartphone. Tell them what you want to do. Show them the bathroom, whether it's in the basement where it's roughed in or a master bedroom, or maybe it's even the hall room bath or a Jack and Jill. They'll give you a price without coming to the home. And of course, they will come if you want them to, and they'll always talk to you. 720-979-2322, discountbath.com.
That word now.
I mean, really. And then finally, I'm like, is it possible he just got kicked by a deer or something? You know, and then so after she talks to 100 other doctors, apparently, she comes back and says, well, we think it's just an injury.
Oh, you girls have to see
$2,000 later.
I love it.
You guys have to see his little mugshot.
5.
Oh.
So I just finally put the brakes on it when she wanted to test for the newest thing.
Let's see here.
They did a spinal tap or something on him. They inserted a needle, knocked him out 100%, went into the joint, and pulled out something to test for something. And of course, it was fine.
A couple of years ago, because Rat Bastard, I mean, he's in and out of the water, in fields, running
my
around.
commercials.
He loves to jump.
I
and
have an
everything
internal
else.
thought.
Like when I'm shoveling the snow off the deck,
but
he likes to go down below and jump up and catch the snow. Well, after a couple hours of doing that, he was laying around. He got up and he was humbled bad.
Oh yeah.
And it's I thought he had legitimately hurt himself. After a couple of days, it worked out. But I figured, okay, he's older, so I tried, and I saw it at Costco. The Cosequin.
Yeah, I see that.
Glucosamine for dogs.
Yeah.
Fucking shit's a miracle.
It works great.
It works great. It's
like Advil.
No, it's an actual joint medication.
Oh, okay.
So they come in little tablets. They're kind of like a.
I've seen them. They have them at Sam's too.
Yeah, you start them off like for the first couple of days. You give them like 4, then do another 3, then 2, and then it's just a daily 1-a-day supplement. The dogs eat them. They love them. They're cheap.
So go to my albums. God, I'm such a ding.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, never again. Never again.
What vet was this?
The fucking CSU. All they do is
so
teach.
you went to the freaking.
All they do is teach people how to sell any fucking test they can invent. It's like closing on a car,
Probably
dude.
doing the first test, which was the last freaking page they read out of the damn book.
Oh yeah, that's what I've seen.
Oh my God! You want undercoating on your dog?
Station 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Hi, Tom Martino here. It's car day today, and I should introduce the peeps that we have. And if you stream the show with video, you'll see their ugly mugs. And then we have some pretty mugs. So, of course, we have in the studio, if I look at the camera here, let me see, because it's getting scary here. We got the big head you see on the left is Uncle Kevin, Sheridan Autotech. Then we have.
Can you see your reflection in his head?
Yes, I do. Then we have Major Marc Mager, and then Suze, who's cut off a little there. There you go, Suze. And then we have some sisters. There are common ladies today. Now, as you know, we had this tradition before, and we're bringing it back. We call them common men and women. They're from the great unwashed, from our audience. And we call them commoners because we're elitists. Just kidding. So when you come into the studio, I used to say you get to bask in my glory. I'm not there in person right now, but sisters, I am there in spirit. The sisters are Stephanie and Lori. Now, that's not my Stephanie. That's a Stephanie and Lori. And they have something called Sisters Sweet Treats. Now, if you go to the website, what you'll find is a website that sells candy. Wow. Speaking of candy, that's here. Bo brought me malted milk balls.
Hey, Tom.
Yes?
You know what's unique about their candy?
What?
It's freeze-dried. It is such a different texture. It's so cool.
Do they actually make the
Turn down your
candy?
monitor, buddy. We're getting a return.
What's that?
Yes.
Hi, Tom. Yes, we do make the candy.
And you make those cakes and the cookies?
We make cotton candy cakes. Yes, cookies and Oreos and pretzels.
Wow, do you
Turn down
sell
your monitor.
insulin?
That we do not.
Okay.
But we
Hey,
take
listen.
the calories out of everything.
This is a good
Get an echo.
website.
Turn down your monitor.
Hey, Tom, look at that thing. Is
It's
that
called-
cotton candy?
It's called the candy store, literally. Right?
Good name.
I mean,
is.
on your
How long do you think it takes to freeze dry a pineapple?
Now, I imagine there are artificial ways to do it, right? Well, there has to be. It's not going to naturally freeze dry. It would dry.
No, in a machine, in their candy machine, they freeze dry like Skittles.
Can someone
and
explain
then when
to
they're
me?
done,
Can someone
it's
explain
huge.
to me? Really, explain to me first. What is freeze drying? I mean, I hear about it and I always nod my head. Oh, freeze dried. What exactly does that mean?
Sure. So what we do is we put it in our freeze dry machine, and what that does is it pulls out all of the moisture first, and then it's hooked up to a pump, and it pumps everything full of air after it pulls every bit of moisture out of the candy. Then it puffs it full of air.
But why
And
do they
that's the
call it
process.
freeze dried?
Because it is literally freeze dried. Like we can do food, like army ration meal type of thing. That's the same thing. They pull out all the moisture out of the food so that it'll last forever.
But
20 years.
freezing,
basically.
the word freeze gets me. It's not literally a freezing like in a freezer.
Do you know it actually does in the first 20 minutes of the process? It cools the chamber down, and it actually does freeze the candy.
Okay.
And then it pulls the moisture out, and then it puffs them full of air. Yeah.
So once something is freeze dried, it can't be reconstituted. You just eat it that way, right?
Actually, it can be reconstituted. So
Like rations.
Exactly. You just add water. So we
Okay.
can freeze dry food and add water.
Just
and
like
it's
those
back-
cheap Chinese noodles, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Ramen.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody really reconstitutes candy, but you can. Just add water.
So explain to me why the flavor would be different, as Sue's mentioned, with freeze drying as opposed to just drying. I've had dried fruits. What's the difference in flavoring for candy?
Well, since it pulls out the moisture, the flavor actually gets intensified. So like with our Skittles and with our Jolly Ranchers, it's like a burst of flavor in your mouth just because it pulls out all the moisture. So you're left with nothing but flavor.
Now, wait a minute. You just mentioned Skittles, which is a brand name, and Jolly Rancher. So do you actually redo those for people to buy, or do you make your own version of them?
We actually do buy those name brands, and then we freeze dry them and repackage them ourselves.
And it's such a cool texture, Tom. It's like nothing else. Like it's just way different than like freeze-dried fruit or beef jerky or any of that.
And like one Skittle, how big's one Skittle? Like size of a quarter?
Not that big, but probably the size of a nickel. And then it's instead of being chewy, now it's crunchy.
Yeah,
it's
and
crazy.
Jolly Ranchers, you know how it's like a chunk
So
of
they
hard
don't mind
sugar
you
in your
doing
mouth.
that. I mean, it's a derivative product, so you have a right to do it as long as you pay for the product. I mean, right?
Exactly. And obviously, we don't use any of their name or branding on anything.
Okay, so
it's like people that deep fry candy bars.
Exactly.
Here,
or like
I want to ask a
deep fried
question about your
Oreos.
company, and we're talking about Sisters Sweets Denver.com. So what I want to ask is, are all of your products reconstituted from other products?
No, we actually do make a lot of candy in-house. We have a lot of chocolate products, and we do a lot of fresh cotton candy products as well.
Okay, another quick
It's like
question.
a true old school candy store, man. It's pretty cool.
Another quick question. Are you really sisters?
We are really sisters.
We are.
Okay. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. We'll take Summer, who has an issue with a rental property. Waterpros.net. Get your best water system ever at lowest prices. Never can plumbers touch it. Waterpros.net. 303-862-5554.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Music Saved Me podcast.
Yeah, we've had a crash up north, southbound at Thornton Parkway. It is well off to the shoulder now, but it ran pretty heavy down from 120th, back up anyway, and coming south, it's a little sluggish down towards the Boulder Turnpike. We've got a power outage up north. The boundaries are from 128th to 112th, Federal to just east of 92nd. It looks like there are some intersections dark. That include 104th at I-25 as well as 120th at Huron. I-25 into downtown's a little sluggish, as well as 270. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Lynn Hoffman, and lucky me, I get to host the Music Saved Me podcast, the podcast that explores the healing and transformative power of music. You can listen to the Music Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're looking for solar, I highly recommend Red Rocks RS. That stands for Red Rocks Roofandsolar.com. Why Red Rocks? Because they're the only solar company. Listen to what I'm saying. The only solar company that does it all, from sales at the door or on the phone to installation and then service. In other words, they are a real company. Most solar people sell it and never see you again. Most installers install it and never see you again, and then try to get service. What I'm telling you is there's only one way to go. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Now, I have partnered, as a financial advisor, I have partnered with American Financing. Now, why would I do that? Because they get it with their Smart Equity Loan. They're helping people right now at when interest rates on credit cards are at an all-time high. And you may say, well, house rates are high too. No, they're not. They're 5 or 6, right? Now, listen to this. American Financing has a Smart Equity Loan, no upfront fees or anything like that. You can tap into your equity and pay off those high interest credit cards. And when you do, you can pay it down faster if you want, but at least you have breathing room and you're on your way to financial freedom. Take advantage of it right now. 303-695-7000. They can do a complete refi too if you want. In some cases, that's good. You can even pull cash out if you need to. 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
I love that. Those are good on top of ice cream. Oh, I don't know if I said that earlier.
Yeah, she's a
can't go number 2 anymore.
Very cool.
You know, Skittles sells her own now.
Yeah, they just started.
Freeze-dried, really?
Yeah.
Skittles. I love Skittles.
You got this. I got the whole. Here, this is for.
Oh my God! I want to try.
They're not Skittles like you're thinking.
Everybody can dig into that one. And the
Cool. Well, I'll open it up on YouTube and
You'll
show
like
everybody.
the Skittles. If you like Skittles, you're going to love
Yeah,
those
we'll make
Skittles.
sure you get the skits.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, this is
we'll
for
open
you
it.
guys.
Here.
Yes, Susan's gonna show everybody. And then
I wonder if Tom can see.
Yeah. Put it on YouTube.
I just have to say that I've been listening to the show since I was a teenager. Like, I'm blown away to be here. Honestly, like, I can't even believe I just.
Hey, you better not
You guys
say
ever
that.
throw like a gumball in there?
Hey.
Gum doesn't do anything, and neither does peanut butter.
It's the exact same as it started?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and peanut butter is too oily, so it doesn't work.
What?
You freeze-dried cheese?
Well, we were laughing. If you got the machine in your house, we could see you going through
I'd
your
just be
house.
throwing shit in.
Exactly what we were talking
I would be
about.
throwing all kinds of shit.
So Jeff was saying, "Where's the dog?"
You know, when we
that's cool as shit.
When we bought our machines, they were pretty pricey, but you can get them at Costco for really cheap now because they want to get them into everybody's houses.
You see that, Suzanne?
Oh my gosh, look at that. That's adorable.
I'm glad you kept me there.
Caleb and give them back to me.
Oh, a yoga mat. That's adorable.
And I'm holding a Tesla key.
I'll take it.
I was gonna have her
And dice. Is that a die?
I was gonna have her do one with a roll off and a bunch of grills and Amazon box.
Oh, that would have been
with the TVs.
We got rid of all the grills. Guess what he did? Bought a grill.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. So, I tell the kid, I said, you can get rid of this one and this one.
Little language barrier.
I come back. Yeah, little language barrier. I come back, and he threw away the wrong fucking grill. It was gone. Totally gone. My favorite fucking grill. So I ended up buying another grill and still had to get rid of the grill.
Oh, no.
What's weird is
Sour,
the new... You guys
look at
sell
the
stuff
sour
like these, don't you?
crunchies.
Huh?
Do you guys sell stuff like these in the store?
No, I bought it for you because I figured you like to do obnoxious things, and that button would do it.
Obnoxious.
That was mean.
I still got a Trump doll from before he was president, and it's when he was doing that show where he fired people.
Oh, yeah.
And like when you hit his head, he's like, "You're fired."
That's awesome.
The Trumpinator.
We're going to lay it all
I
out.
feel like it's my birthday. Oh wait, it was my birthday.
Happy birthday.
We'll let you guys know.
I couldn't
Did you
remember. I
guys
knew
make
you.
these? What are these?
Yeah, those
This
are
is cool as
chocolate
shit.
covered pretzels. Stephanie's
that,
our
Suze?
chocolatier.
This I know exactly where this will go.
Suze, that looks wonderful.
These are really nice. Thank you.
You're welcome. I knew you had
See
them
that,
all,
Kevin?
but I couldn't remember what it was.
Friday made these.
I got 3 of them. So that one I was talking about that.
Or visit championsofthepeople.com.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Summer has a problem or an issue with a rental property. So, Summer, what can we do to help you? By the way, it's also car day. We have Jeff Vick and we also have Kevin Calkin in. Jeff Vick from Kimmer Transmission, and he does other repairs too. And then we have Kevin from Sheridan Auto Tech. So, what's going on, Summer?
Hi, Tom. So I have lived at my rental property for 3 years now, and we have had the same repeated leak issues that kind of like, so we have 3 levels, and all bathrooms are in line with each other, and we've just had the repeated leak and mold issues. And every time, Invitation Homes is who I rent from, by the way. Every time they send someone out, they just pretty much put a Band-Aid on it. They don't even get to the root of the problem. They just replace a random pipe or a drain in a tub and call it good.
Who did you say the landlord was?
Invitation
Who'd you say the landlord was?
Invitation Homes.
Oh, Invitation. Got it. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty big. They have tons of
That's
properties.
right. Now, here's what I want to ask, Summer. When you say they just put a Band-Aid on it, can you describe what you mean by that?
Yeah, what I mean by that is they always tell me that they don't find any moisture in the walls and they don't know exactly where it's coming from. And they just replace a pipe, or they'll replace a drain, or they'll replace some tiles.
But they do try to respond. Now, when you talk about mold, have you ever had the air tested for mold?
No, and that is what I'm going to do on my own because they're not cooperating with me on that.
Now, Summer, let me give you some. Let me give you some cold hard facts here. Okay. While the laws have changed tremendously toward tenants' rights, there are still some holes in the law. Let me explain what I mean. Habitability issues have gotten stronger, meaning they can't rent something that is uninhabitable based on certain criteria. For example, bug infestations, mold, radon, water. There's all kinds of things, heat, security. There's all kinds of things that are called habitability issues. However, no one enforces them. You can't call the Division of Rental Police and say, hey, my landlord won't address this or is not addressing that. There's nowhere to call. There's nothing to do except this.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, there's two things that can happen. One is you force the landlord to fix things, or two, you move. And it's called constructive eviction. That means that you evict yourself if things are not taken care of, and they can't hold you to the lease if you win. And what I mean by that is you have to make a case with the landlord and warn them that you have a condition that renders the place uninhabitable, and you want them to fix it within a reasonable amount of time. That's the first thing you have to do. And by the way, I'm not giving you the actual legal process. I'm just recalling this from memory. We'll get Brad O'Brien on to discuss this directly. Once they do not address the issue, there is a way that you can withhold rent and do the repairs yourself. But it's a very, very tricky thing. Most people withhold rent and don't address the problem, and they get evicted. You have to specifically fix the problem, and then the landlord's going to challenge you, and 9 times out of 10 will try to evict you. You're going to have to go defend your actions. So one of the other things, number one, you tell them it's uninhabitable, but you expect them to fix it. They fix it. Number 2, they don't fix it. You use the rent to fix it. Or number 3, they try to evict you, or you voluntarily leave on your own, and they can't hold any kind of damages against you. So those are the scenarios. Having said all of that, I would love Brad O'Brien to address constructive eviction because it is a topic that comes up that I believe needs to be addressed. So hold on, and we'll get Brad O'Brien on from O'Brien Legal Services. He's a real estate attorney. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Listen, if you have an AC you want, Fix It 24/7 to look at it with the Extreme Clean, Adjust and Tune Up with a no breakdown guarantee for just $39 for people who haven't had it done. You will never get better level of service for $39. FixMyHome.com. Click Book Now.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lear Capital.
Yeah, we've had a crash up north, southbound at Thornton Parkway. It is well off to the shoulder now, but it ran pretty heavy down from 120th, back up anyway, and coming south, it's a little sluggish down towards the Boulder Turnpike. We've got a power outage up north. The boundaries are from 128th to 112th, Federal to just east of 92nd. It looks like there are some intersections dark. That includes 104th at I-25 as well as 120th at Huron. I-25 into downtown is a little sluggish, as well as 270. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA Guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
You've heard people say Gravina's got the greatest windows. This Gravina family, they've been around for a long time. And the son that we have followed for more than 20 years on a referral list is Larry Gravina and his son Nick now. Now, they both, or the father worked for his father, and it's let's put it this way. It's a heritage most companies just dream of. Gravina's Window Siding and Doors, 950 West Evans. You want heritage, you want product, you want people who stand behind product, you want Gravina's. 303 Gravina, that's Gravina, Gravina, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com. Someone else I highly recommend, in fact, I'm working with him every day. Vestera Turnkey. You know, Barry Miller and his team put together packages for people who want to be landlords, but they don't want the hassles or the risks or the conventional hassles and risks. They help you select the home in a hot market. They help you manage that home, and they help you sell that home, all in a turnkey package, hence the name Vestera Turnkey. They even take your phone calls, your day-to-day phone calls on the property if you ever have any. They believe in you becoming a landlord and taking advantage of high returns, and they have stats to prove it. So go to VesteraTurnkey.com or just MyBiggestReturn.com, 303-888-3788.
What is it, 80237 or 9 here? Do you remember?
80237. Okay, are we on the YouTube? I want to show, where's ours too? I want to show the YouTube. We got this packed. All nice and neat, and I'm going to screw it all up. I'm going to put Tom's in there because you said we're probably going to stop by with a new car and let him drive it, right?
Yeah, or let it drive him.
Okay, let you two is what,
He will not be driving it. Let's get this straight.
Is it a lot different than the one you have?
Action figure.
It's the SUV version. It's actually a little more expensive, which is odd, but it's got those Lamborghini doors and shit.
For the back?
Oh, yeah. The back. It's got captain seats in the back.
Let's see. Now we're about to see.
It's pretty slick.
How much time do I have, Dragon?
Or they call them, I think they literally do call them. What do they call them?
Okay, a little bit. It's a little
What do they call those doors?
She called them Falcon earlier.
Falcon, that's what they call them, Falcon doors.
Gullwing doors.
That's probably trademark.
Yeah. Who made those? What were
Mercedes.
they?
You're cute.
They were on Mercedes. And Lamborghini doors actually went like that, right? So these go, you can be in a super tight space, which is amazing. And they go up like this over the cars next to you, then out. Or they can go right out. They have sensors on them that determine what to do.
I saw a guy a few years ago, he had a handicapped pickup that he got. Literally the entire side of the pickup enters out just like similar to what you're talking about. Opens up and this ramp comes out and then lowers him down.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah. The only thing he was disappointed in, because he also had, he got the pickup because he wanted to be able to pull his moat. But after they did all the conversions to the truck, GVW wouldn't take the
Do you know what a fruit roll-up is? Those are fruit roll-ups, but they're like chips
he was
now
one
in
of the
the
first
little
ones
thing
to
you
get
were
one.
holding.
And I saw him in the parking lot, he
they're
sucks
crunchy now.
because the lock didn't come off on the ramp.
Yeah, but those are the Skittles.
Oh my God, is that cool?
Awesome.
I love what they made for me.
Oh, they're different.
Skittles not sour.
Well, no,
It looks like you went
is the studio listening to me? Or am I
India and got that hair transplant.
Hello.
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
We hear you.
I like the hair they put on me. That finally depicts the real me.
Yeah, I think you actually went to and got that Indian hair transplant finally.
No, it's Istanbul, Turkey, jerk.
Oh, same shit. I found one in India that's half the price.
Half the price of Istanbul, that would be good.
You want to try something?
You want to try
I know, wouldn't it?
Oh, what is it?
It's in Pakistan.
Fruity Puffs?
I get all my dental work done in Iraq.
I don't like fruit roll-ups, but those, that way I like them.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. Let's make fun of sponsors today.
Fruity Puffs?
Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, so it's like crunchy and melty.
Not on the air.
Lollipop ring, that's your jam?
God, that is so weird.
Jelly beans.
It's so good, yeah.
Isn't it?
You remember Clint used to go to Mexico for all of his dental work, Tom? Remember that?
Oh my God, yes, yeah.
Yep.
Fruit roll-ups?
He saved a shitload, man.
Yeah, but can we say anything about his smile?
What is it?
I miss Deputy Clint, by the
What is
way.
it?
He was good. He was one of our best.
Isn't it better? Do it, Mark.
It's a candy potato chip.
He's so picky.
It's so sugar.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's intense.
It is so intense.
The flavor really is.
Hey, Suze.
It's intense.
Suze.
Yeah, Tommy, did you get my text?
Retrieve that for me, and then when we go to ride in the
I was supposed to
SUV.
tell you, YouTube is hearing commercials.
If it's not snowing tomorrow, we're going to drive by with it, but I'll have it in the car.
Where are you going to be? You going to be at Bonnie, or are you going to be at the golf course?
Tomorrow I'll be at Bonnie.
Okay.
During my recovery,
We'll call you after we pick it. We're picking it up somewhat close to you.
During my entire recovery period, I'll be here.
Urgently. We're trillions in debt. Where our money is going. We have been getting screwed. Am I on the air?
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
I'm Tom Martino. Brad O'Brien, I want to sneak in real quick before the end of the break. OLSlaw.com. He's a real estate attorney. I've talked to him about him before. Hey, Brad. So she says that she has continual leaks and mold issues, and the landlords just patches them and they keep coming back. What is a constructive eviction, or how can she use the law of habitability to get these things fixed with rent money? Can you give us a real quick version of how she would convert rent money into repairs?
Sure. Well, constructive eviction is basically getting a tenant out in any other means other than through the courts, doing it the right way. So locking them out, turning off the utilities, or just not preparing habitability conditions.
I meant when people evict themselves. I'm sorry, Brad. Like, what happens if I find the place uninhabitable? I call that a constructive eviction when I want to evict myself. Is that the wrong term to use?
Well, that's the claim that a tenant's going to make, that the landlord has constructively evicted them by not doing the repairs to keep it habitable.
Okay.
But we have a statute. We have a warranty of habitability statute that provides the steps for making a complaint about a habitability item like mold to the landlord, and the statute provides the steps, the timelines for the landlord to respond, to begin remediating. They have to do a mold test right off the bat, for example, have to respond within 24 hours to acknowledge the complaint. And then if the landlord hasn't followed the steps, at that point, the tenant can act to terminate the lease or to get alternative housing paid for by the landlord.
Okay. So this statute, if we were to read it, is it pretty straightforward on what we need to do, or is it something that needs to be interpreted? You know what I mean, Brad?
It's complicated. It's long. There's a lot of ins and outs. I mean, it is understandable if you spend a lot of time to digest it, but it's not easy to. No, it's not really user friendly.
Okay. You know what we ought to do one time, Brad?
There are third-party summaries.
That's what I was going to say.
Perfect.
We should do a one sheet one time on how to use rent money to make repairs. Now, that's not evicting yourself. Is there a provision in that law, or am I dreaming this, where people can, after doing the proper steps, actually use their rent money to make the repairs?
Yes, but that's way down the process. If the landlord has failed to act within the time that the landlord has to act, then the tenant can go get an estimate from a third-party company to fix whatever the problem is.
Yeah.
And they can give that estimate to the landlord, and if they don't fix it, then the tenant can do the work and withhold the money only to do that repair. But that's at the end of the process.
As you just heard, there is a way to do this. We're going to give you the statute number after this, and then we're going to just try to put together a summary. But you need to read this first. We have more coming up. Thank you, Brad O'Brien, OLSlaw.com. We're going to have more right after this on this very topic.
One of the Lennar employees walks in, and basically these two drop the joint into the sink, run out the back door.
Number two anymore.
So you've got this 6 foot something black man and this 5.5 foot burly white dude that's fat as hell. They go running down the deck, jump over the fence. It's the middle of a neighborhood, man. And I'm stuck there because I'm the neighbor. I mean, so I spray down the sink, and I put the joint in there, and I hit the garbage disposal, and I'm just cleaning it up, and
Trying to get rid of the smell.
yeah, this couple's just looking at me like, what the fuck? So, and I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm your neighbor if you end up buying this house.
Stoner Mark.
So I go back next door, and the very next day, her and I are flying to Georgia with our kids to see her mother. So we pack up, and Cyber Dave ends up watching our house. He's there to watch our dog and house sit. He worked for me at the I don't remember if he worked for us at the time. I don't think he did, but it didn't matter. We've been friends forever. So, cop shows up at the door. We're in Georgia. Cop shows up at the door and leaves a business card that says, hey, call me. So Dave calls him up and he goes, hey, why don't you come on down and talk to me at the Castle Rock police station? I need to talk to you. He goes down there to talk to him. They literally book him in on breaking and entering.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it kind of was.
So...
They don't find that very funny. If you ask Dave about it.
So he'd never been in trouble in his life. He looks like he's robbed like 12 banks. At least he did back then, but he's never been in trouble. He's a saint. And so he calls me up. He's like, he can't believe it. And I'm blown away that he actually went down there.
Right,
I would have thrown the card away. Who the hell goes down to the police station?
Let's just say they never house sat for us again.
So I get back and I go, I'm pretty pissed at Lennar Homes. I'm like, hey, that thing was open. You're saying he was, we lost a sale over it, they said. Those people were going to buy it. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, you're going to lose more sales unless you drop that fucking charge against him, period, end of story. And they didn't call me on my bluff. So I went down there. It was during the summer. I went down there that weekend where they had the 5 or 6 models. You know, you walk through the different model homes. And I hung out up front there telling everybody what a piece of shit builder they were. Awesome. And after doing that one day, they dropped the charges and everything went back to normal. Except he still talks about the mugshot.
Did you have a cow suit on?
No, I didn't. I tried to find the guy from Kevin, but no cow suit. That poor guy was so devastated. I hope Dave, if you're listening, I bet is Talib on today? Talib is on.
Talib's on.
Talib, am I lying or am I dying? Did Dave not go down to the police station and get a mugshot and get booked in on his own fucking doing? And for people on Facebook, this was many years ago when Suzanne was, just a raging alcoholic. Oh, shit. That was absolutely insane. But they didn't put up a fight. Not at all. I said
That's not exactly breaking and entering, walking into a model home.
No, it wasn't at all.
Yeah.
They were pissed literally because they lost that.
But I can't believe Castle Rock would even go along with it.
I know, that's
right.
I couldn't
Did he at
believe
least get
Talib,
a copy of his mugshot?
Talib and I, next time I saw Talib, which was probably that week, we were both just sitting there going, I cannot believe this son of a bitch went. It's like if they called you up and said, hey, someone said you were speeding. You mind heading down? We're going to give you a ticket.
Right.
Hell no. You can come to me and I might answer the door.
no way.
Yeah. Yeah, that was absolutely nuts. That was so nuts. Nope, I never finished that one until they're online.
I didn't know that part. That's funny.
Yeah. But those two running out of there, Talib left me like the first wife. I mean, I simply was looking at the couple walking in. Hi. And man, I turned around. Talib was fucking gone. Dave was behind him. The whole neighborhood, it was called Red Hook. They had like split rail fences, so they're only like 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah, but this particular house, you had to go down 2 flights of stairs to get to the backyard.
Oh, they were gone so fast.
Was this before pot was legal?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was probably medical. Yeah, and nothing says I have my medical card on me like running
away.
Yeah. Here's my card. So that same day before that happened, it was it Addie's birthday probably?
Well, we always did dual back then because their birthdays were so close.
I think it was her 1-year-old birthday though. Yeah. I think she was 1, so we had a big party with adults and kids. Bouncy house, all this. So I probably had the only riding lawnmower in the entire place. I mean, it's like a regular neighborhood. No one's got enough yard to have a riding tractor. So I had this.
He's like, fuck this, I'm not mowing this big ass yard.
The neighbors would make fun of me. It's like 3 swipes.
Katrina.
So I'm pulling Dave.
Okay. Can you
and
please ask Brad for that
around in a
statute
wagon
number
from
that he was
my
quoting,
riding
please?
lawnmower? 2 grown men
Just the
who I've
statute
already
and text it to
described.
me.
And just round the whole neighborhood like they were just children.
He said, I left at the turn of the knob.
Yeah, he was gone, man. He was so gone.
Mark.
Yes.
I remember that birthday party.
Where'd everybody go?
Let me tell you, man. Talib is not the saint most people know him as.
No one would ever accuse him of being a saint.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
Ever.
So Talib, myself, and Joe Erner had been on a few trips over the years, and you want to talk about babysitting. Holy shit, him and I would have to babysit Joe Erner.
Okay, good.
He got so drunk one time, they called us. They said, you got to get your friend from this blackjack table. He won't leave. He simply won't leave, and he's yelling at people. it's like 4:30 in the morning.
And $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A very, very busy day today. In the studio, we have our car experts, Kevin Calkin and Jeff Vick. Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We also have lovely Suze in the studio next to Mark. Well, he's not lovely, but she makes up for his unloveliness. And then we have the Sweet Sisters. And these sisters have a candy place called, and they're common people today, are common women today, Stephanie and Lori, and they're Sisters Sweet Treats. So it's sistersSweetsDenver.com. They reconstitute candy as freeze-dried. They also make their own creations, and I really like them. I liked them until I overheard something they were talking about in the studio. And I don't think I heard it correctly, so maybe they can correct it. I heard one of them say, I've been listening to Tom since I was a teenager.
And she's 68.
I am.
So anyway, whatever sweet sister that was, no longer. Which one is... But anyway, how many years apart are you sisters? How many years apart are you sisters?
We are 5 years apart.
And do you have other siblings?
We have an older brother who's listening on YouTube.
And what's his name?
What's his handle?
Sonny Corleone.
That's the handle?
That's his
Yeah,
handle.
Sonny Corleone is our brother.
Isn't that the mafia movie?
Yeah,
Somebody
exactly.
texted me and wanted to know, do you guys do sweaty balls?
Freeze dried. We do take custom orders, so have them give us a call.
So those sweaty balls were Saturday Night Live a long time ago. And I better not be bleeped for this. Okay, Dragon, because that was on national TV. Dragon is such a conservative person when it comes to not just politics, but radio stuff. If I do anything out of the ordinary, he kind of nixes me. Isn't that right? Come
True.
on. Yeah, he does that to me. Anyway, I want to say that we have Joe Lazzaro with us, and Joe might think, why is he asking me this question? Joe Lazzaro is a criminal defense attorney, but I happen to know that in another life and once in a while he does personal injury. Isn't that correct, Joe?
Yeah, we do. Small percentage personal injury cases.
Yeah, and also you do defense. So I thought this is a perfect person to ask Danny's scenario. Now, I'm going to give you Danny's scenario rather than let him go through it. Then he'll have some follow-up comments. Danny is worth, let's say, more than $1 million. Danny had minimum insurance for the state of Colorado. Now, Joe, we don't have to get into how foolish this is. You usually insure for what you're worth. So the so the opposing parties settle for insurance and don't go after you personally. You know that, right, Joe? So
exactly.
So it looks like he has a maximum of 15 grand, and they're not going to take 15 grand. I just know they're not. And they sent him some affidavits they want him to sign. And I have a feeling they're setting him up for a lawsuit. They're going to deny the coverage, and they're going to go after him personally, because nothing says that they must take the insurance. No one limits them to the insurance. Now, I wanted to ask you something, Joe. If they did take the insurance, do insurance companies make the people who take the settlement release their insured from future liability?
Yeah, the releases the insurance gets in order to cut that check, whatever the policy limits are, releases not only their insured, their heirs, et cetera. It covers everything.
Okay.
So they're very thorough on that.
Now, they sent him an affidavit, and I'm doing this by memory, but the affidavit said, please affirm the following. And he has to put his initial, or he has to check it off and then sign it, that on such and such a date there was an accident. I have insurance totaling this. I have no other insurance, and I have no other coverage that would cover this. And basically, I am such and such. My house is worth this. I have this much money in the banks. I have this, In other words, they wanted him to voluntarily sign this. Now, I don't know if they thought they were sending it to one of my YouTube morons, but no one in their right mind is ever going to sign that. Why did they do that? They wanted to do, what do they call that? Their declaratory.
Well, it's even worse than that,
Go ahead,
Joe,
Mark.
because the other thing, he got this. He literally got it from his insurance company. The other insurance company sent it to his insurance company, and his insurance company sent it to him to fill out.
No,
I mean, to me,
Mark,
that's insanity.
Mark, they did not say he should fill it out. They said, we got this for you from the other insurance company, and I believe they did not say, go ahead and fill it out. Danny, did they tell you?
Ask him.
Danny, did they tell you to go sign it and fill it out, your own insurance company?
Yes, they said if I didn't sign it, it would look like I'm hiding something. So they in a way encouraged me to fill out these ridiculous questions that they asked me.
And they ask you about your net worth, basically. That's what they're trying to determine, right?
Yeah, but the first part of it was several cleverly listed incriminating statements, and I was to say if it was true or not.
Yeah, but you were at fault. I think we can all say that to clarify for Joe. You were at fault.
Well, hold on.
I guess so.
Hold on.
I think I was.
He doesn't think he was, but everyone else thinks he was. The police officer thinks he was. But this is why I have Joe on. Joe, let's just get to worst case scenario. If they sue him for personal liability, and they could take a lot of money because that affidavit says, I acknowledge that this other woman, gold digger, has a lot of injuries, and she's really severely injured. The extent of her injury is truly unknown. The future of her medical bills are truly unknown. I mean, Joe, listen, they're going to come after him, okay? Now, what kind of an attorney does he get to defend himself? And that's why you're on. You're both a criminal defense attorney and you've done PI work. Who the hell does he call to help him at least minimize the damages?
And how much does his insurance company have to spend on his behalf? If he only has $25,000 in liability, will they only pay an attorney up to $25,000? How does that work?
Mark, that's a good point. What is their responsibility to defend him, Joe, if he only has $15,000 in insurance?
So he doesn't even have minimums. The insurance company should have the obligation to defend him. Now they're going to try and offer the $25,000 or the $15,000 in this case to get off the hook.
I think it's 15 per individual and 25. It's 15.25 is what he has.
Okay.
I thought it was 25.
It's $25.50.
I'm sorry, $25.50. Well, even 50 they're not going to settle for. So, Joe, they have an obligation to defend him to what extent? At some point, they say, wait a minute, we're just going to offer them the policy limits.
Right. And so he has an obligation to hire alternative counsel that would work in conjunction to protect his interests above and beyond that. Because the insurance company, their lawyers are just simply concerned about
who does he hire, Joe?
And that's exactly what they told him.
What kind of
I would
attorney?
Hire an insurance defense attorney.
What does that
I
mean?
think Marco literally has a guy in his office that does that.
Is it called insurance defense?
Yeah, so there's companies. Yeah. Obviously, a personal injury attorney could do it, but a lot of personal injury attorneys are not going to work to the defense side. Criminal defense attorneys could do it, but I think there's attorneys that actually just do insurance defense, and they don't always represent insurance companies, but they always represent a defendant. And this is really what he's got to. He needs representation above and beyond.
So you don't do that kind of work?
So I can get him if he calls. I don't, but I can get him some names of some people.
And this is a bad situation, Joe. Tell me this: how much have you seen this pursued? Like, at what point do they say, "Is it worth it?" The guy's not super rich, but he's got more than $1 million in assets. I was told, and I think John Fuller told me that attorneys don't like to go after people personally. They would rather take policy limits. But there's a big chasm between $25,000 and $1 million in assets.
Right. So the first question is, what are her damages? But they may be simply looking at getting his policy limits of the $25,000 and then turning around, assuming she has underinsured motorist coverage, and going after her policy or the victim's policy for the difference. That might be it. Plaintiff's attorneys prefer to get money from insurance companies because the checks don't bounce. The checks are paid right away. It's less hassle than trying to select on, forcing to collect out of a bank account or wages or, out of a home. It's just a heck of a lot more work. But obviously, if the injured party is significantly injured, where the damages are close to $1 million, they're going to make that step.
Hey, Joe, two things. So, one, where he's sitting right now, they want him to fill out, I'll just call them interrogatories, whatever. How would someone compel him? How would the court compel him to fill those out if he doesn't want to? I assume the lawsuit would have to be filed. And then the follow-up question from that.
Mark, first it's a judgment, then there's a writ of execution. Is that right, Joe?
Yes. And, right now I would not fill that out. I would be reluctant to do it. And then two, I think, if they want to sue him, they'll sue him and they'll submit interrogatories. and you'll have to defend that way. But
and
I
then
wouldn't
if they,
necessarily do that.
if the person that was injured, if they truly are going after their own coverage for uninsured, then I think the problem in the future would be that insurance company could very well try to subrogate against him personally.
You could have that as well, and that might be where they're going. I think he needs to have a better understanding of what the injuries are and what insurance is out there for all the parties before he fills out some form disclosing all his personal information.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts, man. You got yourself into a bind there, brother.
Yeah, and this is a lesson.
I understand.
This is a cautionary tale for anyone who is underinsured. I'm telling you, you think you're saving money, you're smiling when you pay your premium, and it's going to hurt big, big, big time. I mean, I knew one other person that had contacted me about this. She and her husband were worth at least $6 or $7 million, and they had insurance minimums. And you're never going to get away with it. Joe Lazzara, we certainly appreciate your input. An insurance defense attorney, Joe says you need. He can provide some names. And by the way, if you ever need Joe, if you ever need a criminal defense attorney, free initial consultations, and then flat rate pricing, you can reach him at 303-429-6200, Lazzara. He's also at lazzaralegal.com and on a referral list at referralist.com.
Don't get suckered into the same old free phone game by Big Wireless.
Man.
There is a better way. Pure Talk, my sponsor, my wireless company, has a better offer. The brand
a
new
lot of people,
free
like, they
Samsung
think they're getting
Galaxy
away with something.
with qualifying plan for $35 a month. You get unlimited talk, unlimited text, 15 gigs of data, all on America's most dependable 5G
We do
network.
that as
Just dial
financial
pound 250, say the keyword Pure
go over
Talk for your
people's
free
insurance. What good is
Samsung
investing if
Galaxy
it's all gonna be
with
taken
qualifying plan.
We go
Pure
over
Talk,
emergency
wireless
funds,
by
high
Americans
interest debt,
for
all of that.
Americans.
You know, if you want, Mark was joking about this. I think it was off the air about getting your hair done, getting your hair transplant in Istanbul, Turkey. And really, I'm advertising this because it's a part of medical tourism where people take these trips to foreign countries to have things done. Now, they're qualified MDs, and they do hair transplants just like you get in the States. But if you go here, you get it done for a fraction of the cost, even when you throw in the airfare and the hotel. By the way, luxury hotels. So you go there and have the procedure done one day, follow-up visit the next. You can stay a third or fourth day if you want. That's all up to you. You'll save a ton of money. RecoverYourHair.com. It was put together by an entrepreneur who had it done, and he loves it. So Istanbul, Turkey, hair transplant, no joke. Really, seriously, look into it. And when you see how much you'll save, you'll be smiling. RecoverYourHair.com, 970-534-0676. If you've ever put it off because of costs, you may want to call right now, 970-534-0676. Now, American Financing and I have gotten together, and listen, they have the Smart Equity Loan. Now, I know that you've heard my colleague Michael Brown talk about this as well. The Smart Equity Loan is a fixed rate, way lower than anything you will pay on the credit cards, my God. And it gives you breathing room. And instead of making minimum payments now, you can make bigger payments if you want, but at least no one's forcing or breathing down your neck, and your credit improves immediately and keeps improving. So what I want you to do is start on this road to financial freedom. Get that high interest debt eliminated. In some cases, you may want to do a full refi and pull some cash out for some other reasons. I want you to check with American Financing, free of charge, no upfront fees, no costs. They will have an expert walk you through the process. 303-695-7000, 695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
Out Easter baskets for the kids.
What, was he like running or what?
Cotton candy.
Cotton candy, Oreos.
Oh, take a picture of those Oreos.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to get a picture.
Tom's Sweaty Balls.
What are these? Chocolate covered.
That's what I want. Tom's Sweaty Balls.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I gotta show those on YouTube before we take them in there. Okay, cool. And then we'll take that stuff in.
Yeah, this is for everybody else. Whatever.
Nice, man. All right, dude.
Did he do his live yet? It's always fun when we have
just
you guys in.
Get
We're so checked out of the show.
Damn, he's got a huge case coming up.
Who does?
Marco. Police shootings. Shot a kid in the back twice.
Oh. I can't tell if
Here?
Tom yet.
I would think so. Say it again.
Like here, locally?
California.
Oh.
L.A.
Wow. That tracks.
Good old L.A.
Have you tried freeze drying jelly beans?
They don't work.
They don't.
They
Interesting.
don't. Yeah.
It's the goo.
Yeah, they just don't do anything. They come right back out the same.
Oh.
What about some of the gummy treats, like Sour Patch Kids?
Some Sour Patch Kids work, and sour gummy worms work awesome. Like our sour gummy worms are like this big. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, tell him if he's going to a live. All I hear are commercials. Well, because I'm an idiot. That's why I'm here.
Don't you love it when you can answer your own question?
Okay, YouTubies, look at these. You said these are chocolate-covered Oreos?
Yes.
Hey, which one of these do you want? Because we'll bring them to you tomorrow, Thomas.
What's that?
Ask him if he wants some chocolate-dipped Oreos.
You want chocolate-dipped Oreos? You want chocolate-dipped, I think I saw
pick a few
pretzels.
for him. I could just
You
pick
want
a few.
Suzanne? I mean, what do you want?
Well, the thing that they
Pizza.
made is wonderful. I love that. And
Can you freeze-drive pizza?
Yeah, we could actually.
So
Somebody's freeze-dried an In-N-Out burger.
Do you want some chocolate-covered Oreos?
I had my boyfriend do a synopsis of withholding rent.
I'll save these for Tommy.
Let's see. I don't know what I want. Let me think. I mean, I think anything would be great.
Is he talking to me now?
Yep.
How about those?
He's saying
I would
anything.
like to try those Skittles.
Okay.
Kelly, you're not getting the Skittles.
I already,
There you go.
well,
Sure,
there's
he got 'em.
there's some sour.
It
These are
sounds
sour
fascinating.
Skittles,
Those are
right?
sour Skittles, yeah.
Sour Skittles.
They are
okay.
strong, dude. Strong.
Will I like them?
We'll continue to report the facts.
All the facts are in. An iHeartRadio station.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, and I am your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in. I have something here, a text for Jeff, Vic, Kimmer transmission. They want to know, is there such a thing of tune-ups on trannies? Now, for those listening, I always get these texts when I talk about trannies because they think that, never mind. Honest to God, I really do. I get saying, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we're talking about transmissions. They were called trannies far before this nickname people use, this disrespectful nickname. And I'm talking about trannies on cars. So, is there a such thing as a tune-up? Jeff, is there anything people need to do? They heard one time that bands are adjusted or something's adjusted. Even, listen to this one, okay? I even read, this guy gave me a link, and I don't know where this came from, but supposedly to adjust a transmission, you'd put it in reverse, and you'd step on the gas and then step on the brake. And you do it 3 or 4 times. Is there even such a procedure as that? Or is that just, are these people talking out their you-know-whats?
We're talking out there, you know what? So, a service is pretty much what people used to call a tune-up. Inside earlier units, there were a lot of them where you could adjust bands. The old C6s, the 727s, Slim Jims, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There were adjustable things that would, as a part of a service, you did check to see if those adjustments were in check, and then you moved them if necessary. But doing a conventional transmission service, you can call it a tune-up if you want, but it's basically an oil change for your transmission.
And can you explain, okay, it's just a fluid change. There's nothing that you do. You don't put any pixel dust or anything in it. You're done. You just change the fluid and the filter.
You change the fluid and the filter, correct. Yeah, that's about the most cost-effective means you can use of trying to maximize the longevity of that
So there
unit.
are no
Today's
adjustments. There are no tune-ups, so to speak.
They're all electric now. I mean, the computer, to some extent, makes adjustments, if you will. I mean, it's not going to tighten up clearances, but, we can do things like, shorten up shift cycles or lengthen them or whatever. But there's no mechanical adjustments that we can actually do anymore in the vehicle.
Now, I'm pulling out this old text that I got that I put into a folder from when you guys are here. And this came in months ago, and I just realized I hadn't read it. It wants to know, is there really a change? What, like when they have in their car, they can adjust sport, comfort, performance, or whatever. And one is called custom. And I think that's where the computer learns what you're doing and tries to accommodate you. Now, do these modes, and Kevin, you can chime in too, do these modes actually make a difference? Do they actually change?
Oh, yeah, they most definitely do. I mean, they're depending on which mode you're in, they're raising or lowering pressures. They will change the actual acceleration curves, when the actual shift points will occur. So, yeah, they definitely do make a difference.
Really? And so why do they have them? Why not just pick one that works? I really mean that. Like, what is the purpose of having that? Are there times that you just want comfort? What would comfort be? Just a normal shift pattern, whereas a performance shift pattern would be quicker? Is that how it works?
Well, most likely there'll be a later shift, or it may downshift more efficiently or quickly, I should say, be more responsive. So, I mean, the best example would be, if you're driving from the city and you go up into the mountains, you might want it to actually perform a little bit different, be a little bit more responsive to the driver, so you're not stepping so deep into the throttle in order to create a downshift.
What is custom?
Honestly, I have not crossed custom.
I haven't seen that either. Yeah.
I think I did once in a car. No. I know what it was.
You're probably thinking comfort.
No. There was one called Custom, Mark, and it was on my Allison World transmission. I believe it was on a motorhome. And what it was doing is it said that when I read about it in the owner's manual, this is going back some years on a Prevost bus, but it said that it predicts, it reads your driving patterns and predicts shift patterns for you. And then it adapts.
Some extent, most vehicles today, do that anyway. That's why
do that automatically.
If I was to loan my truck to Kevin,
they adapt to your driving pattern.
To some extent. I mean, not to a great deal, but if I was to loan my truck to Kevin for a week and then I get it back, it's going to feel a little bit different until it readjusts to my driving habits.
Yep.
Holy crap, I never even knew that. So it actually learns your driving. So someone who accelerates quickly off the line all the time, it may adjust the shifting pattern, as opposed to someone like Mark who goes really slow off the line. Mark is a very conservative driver. People don't know that. And now he doesn't drive at all. Now he doesn't drive. Mark forgot how to drive. In fact, I'll bet you Mark doesn't drive 80% of the time. Mark, am I right?
I will concur.
Yeah.
80% of the
probably
time.
90%.
Then I'm behind the wheel.
But you've also noticed that there's been a drop in the accident rate.
Let's just talk about this because, I'm not just jealous, but I'm happy. They're getting an X. So they love Teslas. They absolutely love Teslas. And their S is wonderful. They're getting an X in addition to the S, and then they're going to get the new S when the new S comes out. But the X is loaded, Mark, right?
Yeah, this one's going to be Suzanne's. It's cool, man. It's got those Falcon doors. It's fast as hell. It could be the fastest SUV out there.
It is.
We got the 6 seats, which is cool. You'll see it tomorrow because I'm sick of you asking about self-driving. I'm finally just going to throw you in there and tape your hands behind the seat and pop in an address.
And here's the problem. I'm going to want to throw away my Beamer. And, I got this Beamer X7. And you know what? If I really look at it objectively, there's not one thing in the world wrong with it. It's a beautiful, luxurious car. I just get bored. I don't know how else to put it.
You're not going to get bored in this. It's so luxurious.
And and when you say luxurious, it's a different kind of luxurious. It's a minimalist.
Yes, you're right.
And I like minimalist.
But it's so quiet and so comfortable on the road, even at very high speeds. I mean, you don't feel bumps. It's just extremely comfortable, the air suspension.
The only criticism I would have with Tesla is not with the S, especially the new S, but with the other models, don't they kind of like almost morph into each other? Don't they all look really similar? Like, doesn't that look like a big Model 3, the X? Doesn't it really just look like a big...
Until the Falcon doors come up and you blow by someone at 155. Yes.
Now, Mark, when you pull up next to a car, do those doors know how to open accordingly if you have less space?
The sensors, we just watched a video on it. It's ridiculous. You can park like so close to the car next to you. Ironically, the people in the front seat couldn't open their door and get out, but the Falcon doors will go straight up, then out. But the problem is people still couldn't get out. So it's so close, the doors will open, the Falcon doors, but people can't get out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wow. So
but
listen,
it parks itself, so none of that matters. You let everybody out, then it'll go park.
If you were me, would you put a sizable, any of you guys can weigh in on this, would you put a sizable down payment on it and have a lower monthly payment, or just pay cash for it? Or would you lease it? In my stage of life where I drive only 10,000 miles a year, what would you do? Would you do a lease, or would you do a out and out purchase? I like the idea of a lease because it predicts what you'll get for the car and you won't have any negative. What do you guys think? What are your thoughts?
I think the lease is smart because it's still, it's still changing. 2 years from now, this technology may be completely overwritten, or
right.
Value of the car could drop dramatically.
I think
in
with
3 years,
EVs,
and Teslas drop like rocks.
Mark, I think with EVs, the lease is such a good idea because it literally guarantees your value. It really does.
Yep.
So you can't get upside down. Anyway, we have more coming up.
I could never do it. They don't have a lease that has 30,000 miles a year.
And it wouldn't pay in that kind of case either. All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Now, city traffic still doing pretty well. Still awfully sloppy, wet, a lot of splashback to deal with. We've had a power outage up into the north area, out of Northland, Northwestminster area. It's affecting some lights. Come up on a dark intersection, certainly treat that as a four-way stop. Nothing unusual on the freeways. I-25 is a little sluggish into downtown, as well as 270. But the mountain roads, boy, they're tough this morning and into the afternoon, I'm sure. Snow continues to pile up. We've got a closure on I-70 eastbound, just east of the Johnson tunnels. About an 8-car pileup there, and the highway is completely shut down. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and we sell custom blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices. Our blinds are handcrafted to fit your windows, and if they don't, for any reason, we'll remake them for free. Your satisfaction is always guaranteed at Blindster.com.
We talked about personal injury on this show all the time. We just talked about it this previous hour. And here's the bottom line. The number one thing, of course, you need medical help and all that stuff, but the number one thing people want after that, they want information. Whenever you're hit, whenever you're injured, whenever you're like out of work, you're wondering what the hell is going on? Is someone responsible? How much can I get? Am I going to suffer forever? Is there something to be said for uninsured motorist coverage or my umbrella? Or what about the other party? John Fuller answers all of these questions. He's set up to take your calls before you hire him or any firm. So you don't have to go through a process. You just ask to talk to John. He'll go over your case. Then if you decide to hire him, there is no obligation. Then you get his personal cell phone that you can call or text at any time. You can take these promises to the bank. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. K&H Home Solutions, a company I've been representing my entire time in Colorado. That's because they've been around 65 years. I've been here 45. You know what? it was clear that this is a different company because they have maintained the same heritage through ownership changes, and I've known them all. The original Henry, and then Ted, and now Lee Diamond and his son. And they've added painting to their array of services and products. So you can get K&H Painting Pros, whatever it is, windows, siding, doors, and more, including painting. K&H has what you're looking for. KHWindows.com, 303-421-7100. God, I keep getting interrupted. I'm never going to get pizza.
You know what, LS Buffs, you're just a fucking moron. You are. First of all, your car doesn't fucking drive itself. So to say it's more advanced, how's it more advanced? How the fuck is it more advanced?
What car is he talking about?
A lucid gravity. That fucking thing barely stays in the lanes by itself. I put an address in, fucknut, and my car will drive me 400 miles.
Hey.
Wow, you're offended.
Calm down,
well,
brother.
it's fucking, it's stupid.
Oh.
It's like saying RTD2 is better than the Tesla robot.
What are you talking, Mark? What car does he have?
I don't know what he has. He apparently has a car that is far more advanced.
Why do you always revert to fucking pickup, you son of a bitch? Look at my previous orders. Does it look like I pick up?
Now, Mark. Did you see what Labo said?
I put him in timeout.
It's be nice. It's
He's in
Friday.
timeout. You're in timeout, you liar.
Hey, Mark. You're all in timeout. You're in timeout. You're in timeout. You're all in timeout. Hold on.
You're all in timeout.
I'm trying to find out who he's talking about here. Who are you talking about? Who'd you put in timeout?
LS Bucks.
LS Bucks. He's more advanced. That car you're talking about doesn't drive itself.
I'm trying to look at his shit. I can't even see somebody. Oh, there it is. Well, don't delete this son of a bitch.
I put him in timeout.
But I want to see the what he said. You don't have to hide anything. You're so sensitive.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome.
He put the lucid gravity is faster than the non-Plaid X and more advanced and luxurious. So basically, the reason I timed them out is he's a liar.
How do you know?
Mark, you used to say
because the car doesn't drive it fucking self.
How do you know?
Mark.
Because I looked it up.
Marky,
yes.
You used to say cars were just tools.
I want to do a poll.
When did I say that?
How do I do a poll, goddammit? I'm going to do a poll.
Date. I want a time. Yeah.
Why does Mark
I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to do a poll if you should be allowed to do a poll.
Mark, listen.
I'm doing it right now.
If you have balls, put this poll up.
At least it is a good car. Have you seen it?
They're rolling.
Mark,
He gets all fired.
if you have balls,
go. What are you saying?
I want a poll that says, is Mark too sensitive?
Is Mark
Well, he cries at weddings.
too...
He's a pretty sensitive guy.
I am
Well,
very
after you
sensitive.
already had one, you don't want to see another one.
Is he too sensitive and too defensive? Yes, he is.
Here, I'm putting it up right now. Ready?
All right.
Poll is up.
Tim D.
Okay, good.
It's so awesome. It's
Oh,
you
look at the
spelled
poll
two
he
wrong.
put up,
Savvy's
this son
gonna
of a
catch
bitch.
that.
Now look at his polls.
You know what? I need to know how to do a poll.
Mark
Hey,
is
Suze, would you tell me how to do a poll?
Yeah, of course.
Where do
Just
I
tell
go
Mark what you
first?
want.
You have to be.
I'm a super
hang on a
administrator.
sec.
I'm a super administrator. I can.
Careful, Mark will ban you.
Hold on, I'm looking. I will box you out, Martino, quicker than you know.
Tommy, hang on a minute.
That's fine.
Okay, I'll be how.
Look, my poll, 100% no. No matter how you look at it, Martino, 100% no.
So
Okay.
what you do is you have to be Troubleshooter Network, and then if you go down to the bottom of the chat and you hit this little plus,
That was
you
me.
can start a question and answer or start a poll. Okay.
All right, 10 seconds here, guys.
The joy of giving to Children's Hospital Colorado. Hurry, the early bird deadline is midnight tomorrow. Buy now at MightyMillionsRaffle.com.
You have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. If you have a car problem, question, or complaint, give us a call of any kind. Questions, comments. Just don't say anything bad about Mark because he's too sensitive. He cries like a freaking baby. Anyway.
Oh, shut it.
Not like me with a thick skin. Anyway, so Deputy Dimitri has a follow-up here, and he wants to talk about this O'Mara Buick. Now, wait. How long ago from the 11th? Good record keeping here. Let me find this guy. His name is George.
What was it?
George, and so he bought a 2020 GMC Denali that he bought March 15th from O'Mara, paid $6,900 for a powertrain. What?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
The warranty was $6,900?
I have the contract in front of me, all 19 pages of it.
Not $6,900.
Yep.
He has a 6.2 liter engine and recently experienced a serious misfire. They denied coverage because it was during the mandatory waiting period. Let me explain what a waiting period is. They do it with all kinds of insurance contracts because they don't want you having a pre-existing condition, then doing a warranty and then taking out a claim right away. That's why they have these waiting periods. But anyway, what the hell is going on with that one?
Well, unfortunately, it's not good news for George. So within a few days of the purchase, the engine failed. The car needs a new engine, and George took it.
A new engine?
Well, a replacement engine.
But why?
Well, because there's terrible failure,
and the dealer won't do anything about it.
Well, here's the problem: the dealer refuses to respond to any of my inquiries. O'Mara, which is big established,
and they're usually pretty good.
Well, I've left.
Usually,
I spoke with two people over there. On both occasions, they promised that their manager will call me back. Nobody ever called me back. And then a couple of days ago, I sent an email to the GM over there.
But who said who says he needs a new engine? The
independent shop. And the independent shop attempted to file a warranty claim with Assurant Vehicle Care. This is the $6,900 warranty. And George forwarded me a very brief denial email that they got from Assurant saying,
it's called Assurance?
Assurant.
Assurant.
Yeah, Assurant Vehicle Care.
Okay.
And it's the vehicle service contract.
Assurant. Okay.
Vehicles.
Got it.
So 19 pages, by the way.
For just the Assurant thing?
Yeah. No wonder.
And is there a place where you saw it is in the waiting period?
It's not. So neither George nor I could find it in the 19 pages of this contract.
Oh.
But the denial email that he got from Assurant said that this is denied on the basis of the 90-day waiting period during which the selling dealer is responsible for the repairs.
Well, hold on. No. That warranty company can't contract liability on a third party.
Well, it could be a side deal. My theory
is
it could
be
a side
but,
deal that they have with
but just
O'Mara.
Because my warranty says your dealer should take care of this in the first 90 days doesn't obligate the dealer.
Well, in my view, it also doesn't obligate the consumer if this 90-day waiting period is not spelled out in the contract itself.
That's right. You're absolutely right. If they don't have that 90-day waiting period in the warranty contract, are they just making it up? Why don't they say 120 days? So really, Dimitri, you could find nowhere where it talks about a 90-day waiting period?
No, I do acknowledge the possibility that both George and I just missed it because our brain was shutting down.
Well, hold on. Do you have that? You can do a word search even on waiting, on the word waiting. You know what I'm saying? And see if it comes up or whatever, probationary or waiting or period or anything like that.
No results found for waiting. But
no fooling.
I intend to reread the entire contract during today's show. So George is kind of stuck. He did make another big mistake, which is last week, the O'Mara actually told him that they're going to come pick up the truck from whatever shop it's in right now to see if there's anything they can do.
How many pages?
19-page contract.
Okay.
And so George, unfortunately, made a pretty big mistake. He canceled that pickup because George says he doesn't trust O'Mara.
What do you mean canceled it?
Well, he told them not to come pick it up after all. So I spoke with you.
Oh, okay.
And I said, hey, look.
What did they say they would do when they picked it up?
They said they're going to look at it to see if there's anything they can do.
Well, they should let him.
That's what I told him yesterday. I said, George, you got to call him back, apologize for being difficult to work with, and ask them politely and humbly to come pick up the truck and do their own diagnostic and see if they're going to repair it for you. But, the reason I brought this up today, Tom, is
how many miles were on that, by the way? I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's not a whole lot. That truck, according to the Assurant contract, has approximately 70,000 miles.
Guys, Kevin, does that sound high? And I'll let you continue. But Kevin, a Denali. Wait. What was it? A Denali.
Yeah, it was a Chevy pickup.
2020
Denali. Or
Denali. No, it's a 2020 GMC Sierra 1500.
Yeah. Oh, Sierra.
Sierra. It sounds like a large pickup truck, right? Sierra 1500.
Yeah, and they are having a lot of issues with those motors. That's a chronic problem.
Yeah, George.
Oh, it is.
The lifters, they have a delete. They got all kinds of stuff.
Oh, man.
Complete failure of that.
Anyway, what were you going to say, Dimitri? We have to take a break. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've never heard of this. Apparently you have, obviously, but I've never heard of this 90-day blackout period. And I'm wondering, at what point does it need to be disclosed to the consumer?
Well, first of all, it shouldn't have to be discussed if it's in the contract, but it should be.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Kevin, haven't you heard of waiting periods?
Yeah, I've seen them, and we try to read through the contract so we don't violate that. We'll put the repair on hold for a week or a month, but yeah, it should be very obvious in the contract. That would be surprising.
If you put the repair on hold, they can still claim it happened during the warranty period, but they'd have to prove that.
Yeah, they gotta prove that. So it's not exactly legit, but
here's the language.
I would have parked that pickup truck in my garage for 3 months.
It's very peculiar.
Exactly.
Very peculiar wording. The warranty company said, dealership's elimination period. During your elimination, your store is responsible for the repair.
Okay, that's the waiting period you found.
Yeah.
How long?
That's in the denial. That's not in the contract.
Oh,
but I'm going to reread the entire 19-page contract.
Here's the other thing. How can this warranty company say who's responsible, for God's sakes? They can't inure liability onto the dealers just because they want them to.
Well, I assume it's a side deal they have with a dealer.
Yes, but that dealer doesn't have that side deal with the consumer. If I sell a car as is, there is no third party in the world that can make me obligated to fix anything. Correct. But as you say, maybe they are. Maybe they told the guy, look, I don't know. And they won't talk to you. That's the problem. O'Mara won't even talk to you. Hey, did we take our break at 45? Because if not, I'm screwed.
Oh.
No, we got to do it right now. This is a good problem, but man.
Now,
wait,
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Music Saved Me podcast.
Now, city traffic still doing pretty well. Still awfully sloppy, wet.
You had a word we had
splashback to deal with. We've had a power outage up into the north area, out of North Glen, North Westminster area. It's affecting some lights. So come up on a dark intersection. Certainly treat that as a four-way stop. Nothing unusual on the freeways. I-25 is a little sluggish into downtown, as well as 270. With the mountain roads, boy, they're tough this morning and into the afternoon, I'm sure. Snow continues to pile up. We've got a closure on I-70 eastbound, just east of the Johnson tunnels. About an 8-car pileup there, and the highway is completely shut down. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Lynn Hoffman, and lucky me, I get to host the Music Saved Me podcast, the podcast that explores the healing and transformative power of music. You can listen to the Music Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I want you to go to fixmyhome.com, book now for the very best. Well, you got to be a new customer or you got to be new to this procedure. The extreme clean tune and check of your AC before the real heat comes. And I'm telling you, fixmyhome.com or Fix It 24/7, they approach everything with the idea of fixing it first, replacing it only as last resort, but they want to make sure your AC is working through the cooling season. FixMyHome.com. Book now for just $39. They take up to 2 hours. It's a refurbishment of your AC. FixMyHome.com. Book now. Hey, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. He puts his expertise out there and he doesn't charge for it. If you want to know, hey, Frank, what will my house sell for? Well, Frank doesn't just kick the tires and take a guess. He looks at all the comps, the neighborhood, the supply and demand, the interest rate, whatever's going on in the marketplace, and comes up with a pretty accurate idea of what your house will sell for and what you will net, even what you can buy. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, complimentary service, 303-920-1622. Man.
Look at they got a shitty market cap too. Lucid's got like $7 billion market cap.
Who does?
What's that?
Who does?
Lucid. So they literally they have a $7 billion market cap.
You know, I see that.
Tesla's
I see those cars.
worth $776 billion. Gee, I wonder which one's smarter.
Mark,
the guy with 7,000 fucking satellites in space and a fucking robot, or the Lucid that you got to self-park.
The car I see a lot of.
So in other words, my dog's bigger than your dog.
I see a lot of these Vivians.
It's smarter.
Rivian. Wait. Is it a Rivian?
Hey, Tommy.
I see a lot of Rivians around.
I
yes.
don't think you can hear
yes.
me
What's
yet.
going on, dear?
Oh,
What's going on?
Getting to switch. Hey, Tommy, did you see my little 10-second video?
Oh, no. I'm going to look at it.
Watch it real quick. Super easy.
Did you do it on text or did you do it on email?
I texted it. It's real short, but it makes it
I'm gonna look at
super simple.
Oh, cool. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
But you have to be Troubleshooter Network. You can't do it as Tom Martino.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So when you go up to your little icon, just hit switch accounts, and it'll put you at Troubleshooter Network.
Yeah, and the robot, by the way. That dude, he's the kind of guy that would go out and buy a robot that you need a remote control for. So you would sit there while the robot goes and does something for you, but you'd have to operate it. Compared to having a Tesla robot that'll just do whatever you think.
Tim D says, Mark and Tesla sitting in a tree.
My God. Hey, Mark, do you know what kind of technology they have, really? Seriously, I mean, I don't know.
Yes, they got L2 driving. They have L2. The exact same chip my Santa Fe has, I swear to God. No
it's
doubt.
like the Beamer, basically. It just steers every now and then. It won't. See, mine.
I would assume yours has L2, yes.
Yeah, mine won't take navigation.
On the highway, basically, it'll keep in the lanes. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
And also distance
L3
from the other
will
cars.
actually pass cars. Yeah.
I can't do lane changes or anything.
No, you got probably L2. Lucid is L2. They might be L3 someday, which is nothing but driving on the highway. In fact, my Gremlin used to do that.
That's smart enough to get out of the way of emergency vehicles?
Yes. Yeah. Not the Lucid. Hell, the Lucid, if you let go of the wheel, it'd run into an ambulance.
Why did he say it was more advanced?
Well, who knows why? Someone blocked him after he said it.
Yeah, I don't like blocking people. I don't like blocking people. What is a robot?
Martino.
What does robot mean? Don't forget the robot.
Tesla's got a robot coming out next year. The damn thing will fucking fix your roof, mow your lawn, drive you around, work in your warehouse. I mean, it's literally a fucking robot.
Bedroom duties.
Give you a back massage.
How much is the repair?
What was the name of the robot from the Jetsons? What was her?
Rosie.
Alice.
Rosie.
Rosie.
He can sue for
That's what.
refund on
Why,
that.
was she a
That's
horse
the
or
model
was
that
she
Lucid makes. Is
was
Rosie.
she a tramp? Was Rosie a tramp?
No.
Oh, I thought maybe Rosie was a tramp, and I missed that as a kid.
I think I missed that part.
No, if you go back and watch the cartoons we did, there's a lot of adult innuendos in those puppies.
Oh, there was definitely.
Yeah, but when you were little, you're just like, that's just my favorite show. But then you read it, you're like, what was I watching?
God. And then 7,000 satellites in space.
Wow.
I love the market cap.
If one
though.
falls down, how many they got?
What about those women that went to space? They were gone 15 minutes. Like, is it? You will never get me.
That
out
was
of our
like Alan
atmosphere.
Shepard did.
Period and story.
Remember Alan Shepard?
It's just crazy. 15 minutes.
And they're like in high heels and
Real time. Important events.
Right here
Your version of events.
Information.
on Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. We're going to be running out of time, but I just have a quick question. Those who own EVs, Mark contends that none of them come close to the Tesla technology, and there are some who
There's
disagree.
not one, Tom.
No, I
Well,
know.
I don't know who would
I don't know
disagree.
enough about it, but
There's not one other car out there you put an address in and it brings you to it.
I like other people who have other EVs to call in and weigh in on this. If you have an EV, I'd love to know what it is and how you like it, and did you compare it to Tesla, blah, blah, blah. More on that and everything else coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
We're going to have a whole segment of Mark having an aneurysm.
Oh, shit. Man. Okay. You want to talk about brand loyalty?
You should get rid of that Beamer, though, dude. When you drive this tomorrow, you probably will.
Oh, yeah.
I can't
Well, like
go
Joe
number 2
Keanu.
anymore.
But Mark,
Yeah,
He
Joe
drove
went
it
out.
once.
Joe drove mine one time and went out and ordered my last. No shit.
I
Well,
like
he
the
didn't even
new
drive it.
that new S coming up looks really good, man. Holy shit.
Yeah, but the only problem there is if you're going to have people like in the back seat and stuff, I mean, really, that car's for 2 people.
The S's? Mark?
Yeah, I mean, you can put 2 people in the back, but it's pretty small, man.
And what about the E-Ray?
What's the E-Ray?
It's an electric Corvette. Well,
Oh, I don't know.
it's a hybrid Corvette.
Hybrid. It's fast.
And listen to this. It's an 8-cylinder hybrid, which is weird.
I think it only uses off the bat, it uses that electric
That's
torque
right.
to get moving.
Yep. And then some other modes you can check it, but I love the Corvette. Man, they're so beautiful.
I just can't believe, I can't believe anybody in the world would think Lucid's a better car. It's really crazy.
Well,
Really, it's fucking nuts.
When
A
you
level
take
2
away,
chip. I swear to God, my Santa Fe, my $30,000 Santa Fe has that same fucking chip. It's much more intelligent.
Sean, hold on. People really need It's not sticking.
Yeah. Where do you guys live?
In Bear Valley. I couldn't even
Oh,
think.
okay.
Where do I live?
Do you guys live close to each other?
We're like 5 minutes from each
Yeah.
other.
Nice.
And my brother's 5 minutes.
From
So he lives in Pinehurst. We live in Pinehurst Estates. Off of over by Fort Logan, like Sheridan and Hampton and
Yeah.
Sheridan.
Mm-hmm. Mark
then
and I
she'll-
used to live over there.
Oh, okay. And then Lori's off of Kipling and Quincy.
It's probably a good thing these two listen to YouTube, or else I could probably be pretty intense the first time, huh? I just
I don't
thought
know.
of that.
Do you listen to YouTube? It's okay if you don't.
I have. No, I have. Yeah, I have. So no, I love it because you're just like me. Like
It just hit me on being awful colorful.
Hey, I'm the same way. Like I love
That's
it.
what
and
I'm
I kept
saying.
that stuff going.
Go bitch, shut up.
It's just the 3 of you siblings, or
It
more?
is, yeah.
Cool.
This is the new mellow Mark.
And your brother
He's really calmed down over the years.
Your brother's Sunny
No,
on,
he hasn't.
on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. And he's listened for years too. Like we
Really?
are. Honestly, we've gotten our customer service. Like we all own businesses, and our customer service is like based off of Tom Martino. Like we've all listened since before we ever had business.
Because your
or anything.
parents
Like,
Yeah, my parents.
But yeah, like
my dad, or our dad, had a radiator shop, Colorado Radiator. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of
Her
it.
dad's dad listened to Tom.
Yeah, right, exactly. How'd you know, Mark?
it's a family tradition.
And then my
Don't
uncle-
be
my uncle
wise.
and Grandpa, they owned Denver Radiator.
They listened
And then
till
my brothers
since they
studied,
were little
you know,
girls.
Mike's Radiator in Colorado.
Well, if you think about it, at 45 years, they could have been 5 years old, right?
Just the Tom Martino show, so we just
A little.
Yeah.
listened to it.
Son of a gun.
During his original broadcast of Kitty Hawk.
Tom's first flight. Dude, so in the Smithsonian, I was just there with a buddy of mine. You have the, what is that called? The kitty cat? What is that?
Kitty
first
hawk.
one? The kitty hawk.
The Kitty Hawk. Yeah.
And then 50 years later, there's this fucking beast of an airplane that would fly at this altitude purely for recon. I forget, it's called the Blackbird or something. In a 50 or 60 year span, we went from the Kitty Hawk to this thing that cruises basically at space.
Atmosphere, yeah.
It's 60 years we did that. And you can see them both in the same damn
Now
building.
it's
It's
on.
like, it's amazing.
True.
It's kind of like if you put a Lucent and a Model T next to each other, it would be very hard to decipher which one was the Model T.
Mark holds a grudge.
I love it.
I'm thinking fighting with you is like fighting with a woman. You bring up shit from like 10 years ago.
That was perfect.
Yeah, Tim, the SR-71. 60 years apart. The one thing's got like a lawnmower engine and would fly for like a minute and a half. The other one hits space. And it moves so fast, no one could shoot it down. Russia couldn't shoot it down. None of our adversaries could shoot it down.
Have you ever seen that meme? It says,
Blackbird.
I keep all text in case I was right about something in 1912. Right?
We have to retain a lot of information because you guys forget a lot of the information. So then when it comes up again, then we're like, okay, I got to pull it
We
up.
have the vault.
We did this, yeah, we gotta
Holy
pull up the
crap.
vault.
Is this
The
guy
vault.
unloading on Mark on YouTube? Holy crap.
Which one?
Look, Suze. Oh, my gosh, what he's saying. Whoa. And he says he has evidence, too.
I remember when Tom got that first initial text on his phone that said, we know what you've been doing at night on your phone, and we have video.
I know.
And he came to me and said, do you think this could be real?
I said, can you see me now? Kiss it. That's what I said. Can you see me now?
He said that he was in there calling and he just glanced up and got a Mark's eyes. And it's like he knew that Mark had done something with his story.
Marco, how are you?
We were talking about Marco. And
Marco Bendinelli on?
Bendinelli can talk.
Oh, well, he didn't tell me you were having a dental surgery here in a minute. I just thought I'd better... Hey, real quick.
Marco.
Okay, Mark wanted you in one time before Monday the 5th. Can you do Thursday the 24th, Monday the 28th, or Tuesday the 29th? He just wanted you in one time. Okay. You want me to text him to you?
That is an insane airline. When you look at that Blackbird up close, like right
10
there in the
seconds,
room
guys.
with you, it is
This nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, everyone. Let's talk. We got full lines. Let's get to the phones. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Then an interesting follow-up on that warranty issue again, where they're denying it. And Dimitri went through every word of that contract. We'll talk about that right now. Bob, he has a question on taxes. I'm going to get through Bob, Sean, Gabe, and David. So, Bob, what is your issue with taxes or your question on taxes?
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Bob.
I paid my 2024 taxes, and they were debited out of two different accounts, two different bank accounts. It might have been my mistake, but I can't get it.
You mean you double paid, Bob? Like literally?
Literally. They took the taxes due out of two different accounts.
Well, even if they did, and I'm just interjecting, Tom, because this has happened to me before, that money will be sitting in your IRS account,
That's
and you
exactly
can
right.
request a refund.
That's exactly, or you can apply it to future taxes.
Correct. And by the way, a lot of people don't know this. People complain about interest rates. If you have money that's sitting in your IRS account, that is actually gaining 7 or 8% right now,
Can
which
I
is
ask you
insane.
something, Bob? This is important. Why did you set up 2 different bank accounts?
Well, I have a savings account at a credit union and a checking account at a different bank.
But how did they get
And
the
when I file my
information?
taxes-
How did they get the information on both of those?
I must have done electronic payment.
Yeah, but
when I
if you-
file my taxes, this is for the state.
If you
This
do
is
an
for the
electronic
state.
payment, you can only put in one bank account. How did they get 2?
I don't know. I think I did an electronic payment in February when I filed my account, and then 3 days ago, I did it again from a different account, my checking account.
Right.
He
And
just screwed up.
But Bob,
I screwed up. I
Bob,
think I
when you
screwed
did
up,
it,
but-
when you did it from 2 different accounts, so did you pay in full twice by a mistake, or did you make partial payment on the first one and partial on the second, or full payment both?
Full payment both times.
Got it. Bob, that's very easy to remedy.
my-
That's very easy. The government, in all the jokes we make about the IRS, they really aren't going to keep your money. You can get that back easily.
Okay.
And if it sits in there, I want to emphasize this again. It is gaining, I think, 7% this very second.
My Colorado Department of Revenue account shows a credit in the balance of the amount.
How much
So I
was
do
your?
see the
How much
account
were your taxes? Out of curiosity, what did you pay?
$548.
540.
Yeah, and I forget how they show it, but it might even show it was a minus. Don't ask me why. But if you actually have a credit, I think it shows as a minus, where it's weird. I remember looking at mine, and it makes 0 sense.
It's in parentheses, so I assume that's a credit.
It is.
Yeah, and you can request that as a refund, no problem.
I've been trying to do that, and I can't get anything on the online Department of Revenue. They don't answer the phone call other than automated answer questions. And I can't even make an appointment at the local service center here in Lakewood to make an appointment.
You know,
nothing available.
Let me
I
ask
just
you
don't know how
something,
to-
Bob.
can't
Are
figure
you,
out how to do it.
Bob, are you hurting for this money? Because if not, you can put it toward next year's taxes.
Okay, no, I'm not hurting for the money. If it'll be there next year when I file my taxes.
That's right.
This year.
Yes, it will.
That's fine. That's fine.
But you know,
okay.
What I would do
Is
though,
it easier to just wait?
well, I mean, you should be able to get your money, but I don't. To be honest with you, I've never had to do it, so I don't know. I've always maintained a bit of a credit in my IRS account. And as Mark said, it pays decent interest. And so when I've overpaid before, I've left it in there at the advice of my accountant. So, like I
yeah,
said,
I don't have trouble with the IRS, but the Colorado is different.
Why?
I think would they also credit me with
Yes.
interest?
Well,
Like
yes.
federal?
Yes, they
Oh.
will.
Okay.
It's not nearly as high, but yeah.
Well, it doesn't. It's not money I need to live on.
Yeah.
No, but it's kind of crazy. Take a 7% right now. I mean, you might find like a Schwab money market or something paying around 4.5%, 5.5%. You might even find some online bank that's paying 4%. But you could put $100,000 in your IRS account and make $7,000 a year, and it's remarkable.
You know, Mark, that's really funny. That is a good point. I mean, really, I don't recommend that people use it as a savings instrument, but it certainly helps. T-bills have not been bad recently. And, so anyway, thank you very much for calling. I don't know if we were able to help you or not, but at least, I think you're not going to lose that money. Sean has a comment on EV cars. I wanted to know, and listen, all joking aside, Mark is hell-bent on Tesla. He loves Teslas, and mainly for the self-driving feature, but he loves the cars. I think Tesla was the first one to the party, and they probably wrote the book on EVs. And but there are other EVs out there, and people love them. And I just want to know what people have and what they love about it. Sean, what is your comment?
Hey, Tom. About 6 months ago, I bought a Ford Lightning.
Yeah.
And last week, I was lucky enough to trade it in back to a regular F-150.
What did you not like about how long did you own the Lightning?
6 months.
Sean, I know somebody that owned a Lightning, and Tom, you know this person. I'll tell you who it is in a second. Waited almost a year to get his Lightning. When he finally got it, he hooked up his trailer to it. It's a very small trailer where he has a sander and he does garage floor coating. In fact, he did our patio yesterday. He had to sell that Lightning. It could not tow that trailer more than 30 miles and his battery would be dead. It was absolutely useless to him.
So what did you hate about it, Sean?
Fell off.
What did you hate about it?
He might have dropped.
I don't know. Is he on there? If
he fell off.
Okay.
Sure, she might be talking to him.
All right. So anyway, that's what I wondered about the Lightning, Mark. You think it's mainly the range?
Well, for Tony or TJ, he literally had to sell it. He couldn't pull anything with it. And it wasn't a big trailer either, man. I mean, didn't he do your hangar?
Yep. No, he did some work for me, and I was going to have him correct some stuff at the hangar, which I still want.
Yeah, it's just that little trailer, man. He couldn't believe how bad it was. Now he loved the truck, but he couldn't use it as a truck.
Yeah. Hey, Gabe, you have a question on traffic tickets. Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, Tom, I heard some on the news. Careless driving charge now is from a misdemeanor to a Class 6 felon. Did you hear anything about that?
No, I didn't. We can ask Joe Lazara about it, but careless driving has been elevated. It's been oh, wait. I thought Dan Kaplis talked a little bit about it. I think he did. But it's careless driving resulting in injury or death, isn't it?
I don't know. That's all I'm asking.
You know what?
It's easy to get a careless driving ticket.
Can somebody call Dan?
Everything I see says it's a misdemeanor, but they're attempting to make it into a felony if there's a death involved.
Right.
I see.
I did hear Dan talking about it.
Question.
Kachina, ask Dan if you get a chance. Maybe he'll come on and talk about it. I mean, because I think he was advocating for it. So, Gabe, if you keep listening, perhaps we'll be honored with Danny's presence. Okay, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Compass Insurance, talking about cars and all of this and liability. Compass Insurance Group. Don't make the mistake of being underinsured, and don't make the mistake of being overinsured, paying too much. Compass will do a free analysis of all of your coverages and give you honest-to-God answers, even if the answer is stay where you are. That's 303-996-9000. Hey, what's longer?
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy. Like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Does everyone need help approaching retirement, getting ready for retirement, and being in retirement? I bet you a few can probably navigate that on their own, but Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies offers this service, and really their coaching service is free. you don't really pay anything. But what you do is you take some of their advice. There might be commissions here or there, but here's what I want you to know. Everything they charge, they're willing to talk about, and you'll see where it saves you money. They're a wide open, transparent company that helps people have secure retirements. They've helped me with items. You know, they take all of the elements that you have and they put them together in a logical plan. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. Ask your questions first. They'll be happy to answer you to what they can do for you. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211. Gravina's 950 West Evans. That's all you really need to know. A company with heritage. Man, they were started in the early 60s. Now, Nick took over from his dad Larry took over from his dad, and then Nick took over for Nick. I mean, it's a great company. Larry and then his son Nick. And now they have 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding and doors. You're never stuck in one brand, and they have support. When you have a company this old, it says something. Gravina's 950 West Evans, 303-472-8462, and that spells Gravina, 303-GRAVINA, or gravinas.com. How much time do I have?
And hop in the passenger seat
and hop in the back
read
seat.
a book.
Dragon, how much time do I have?
You're all doing the nasty in the back while I'm driving you to the grocery store.
Dragon, how much time do I have?
Now you have less. 3:15.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
I bet you anything there, LS buffs, that when you do get proper driving in a newer Lucid in 4 or 5 years, it's going to be all Tesla Vision. It's going to be literally Tesla Vision and Tesla AI. So then will you come on your knees and tell me that Tesla's better?
Some people, I think, don't like Tesla because they don't like Elon.
Well, they used to love Elon.
I'm afraid some people, I don't know, LS buffs, is this you?
He's
but
liberal.
you don't like Elon, so you won't even give Tesla a chance.
I can tell just by looking at his picture on there. He's liberal.
Let me look at his picture now. Oh. It's a little kid. It's a 4-year-old.
I can't see.
It's a little 4-year-old at Christmas in front of a Christmas tree.
So he's immature, too.
Henceforth, he got in an argument with you.
Oh, Mark is reactive. Suze is thoughtful and sensitive.
Thank you, Talia.
When I'm not yelling at Mark, I am.
The cyber cabs are weird looking, aren't they?
They're cool.
The square.
Oh, that's what they look like?
Yeah.
Mark, I didn't know that's what you were looking at.
Yeah.
I didn't know they looked like little fancy trolleys.
Well, there's no pedals, there's no steering wheel, there's nothing in them.
Yeah.
Oh!
It's a robo-taxi.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of like the ones we've seen out on Uber.
No, these look like a Model 3 basically.
Oh, and it's just a 2-seater, huh?
I'm almost sure you got to buy 10.
I think you get more than that.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It looks like a trolley.
It does.
That's what I think. It looks like a trolley.
But the other thing you do is sell advertising on the side of those.
Oh, you can do that's the whole.
All kinds of
I love the business model.
Yeah.
I just don't know where you deploy them. You got to have that area, rent that area where they can all come home and charge.
But you'd almost have to have a covered area because the last thing you want to do is, like hail and other stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, is there?
And you wouldn't want to run them, at least not now in Denver. Some moron will spray paint it.
Well, it's got cameras, so you can take it.
That's what I don't
Yeah,
get.
that's
is
true.
They put these.
What's
they
Wynn's
go by and
extended
they're
care?
Scratching it, and they're just like looking right at the camera.
I don't know. I
flipping
saw
it
that
off,
too,
and it's
Tom.
like,
I don't know.
You're being recorded.
Well, yeah.
Because they don't care. And if you look at all of them that do it, they have purple hair.
Right.
But not all of them. I mean, some of them look like normal people that are just caught up in it.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And they loved Elon not long ago.
Right.
Huh? They're just, they're cheap.
They are.
It just depends on which way the wind blows with most of them.
Well, it depends on who's on MSNBC at that given time.
That's the wind blowing.
And it's
Yeah.
just repeat,
Yep.
so they're just being indoctrinated with the same BS all the time.
It's like these people that think Lucid is smart.
But particular candy they make.
Just doesn't let go of that ball.
He's
Once
not
he
good
gets
at-
it, yep.
That's like when we argue stuff. So he's like, "Drop it." I'm like,
She will
I
not.
cannot
She will
drop
not.
it. So that's why I love it.
There'll be no dropping.
You're my spirit animal.
You run him into the ground.
Al Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Or 303-MARTINO really is a better number because it gets to us 24/7. Let's go right to the phones. We have David who has a comment on Wynn's Extended Care. What is Wynn's Extended Care? Help me out here, David.
They're just they're a warranty company that who knows who they partner with. But I was in a situation that I had to, my credit was kicked in the teeth, and so I had to pick up a car in that scenario, where they buy it at auction and then flip it and try to make some money out of it.
Right.
Well, I bought a 2010 Nissan Rogue, and I didn't want a CVT, but it was just a situation, and I went ahead and signed the paperwork and everything. Well, 5 weeks into it, the tranny went out. So I had it towed down to Nissan, so that they could do a diagnosis and everything.
Did you have Wynn's
sure enough,
Extended Care on this purchase?
Yes.
How much did you pay for it?
I had to. I think it was 16, maybe. Could have been 12. I'm not sure.
You mean 1,200?
But the bottom line is. Yes.
What was the dollar amount on that coverage? I mean, I'm jumping a little here, but how much would it cover up
12
to?
months, 12,000.
12,000?
12,000 miles of powertrain.
No, I mean dollar amount.
But it didn't. Yeah. If it exceeded, in the contract, it stated that if it exceeded the value of the car, they had an out.
Yeah. They all say that. They all say that.
I forget the verbiage. But, yes. Yes. So, the Nissan guy was really cool. He dealt with the whole thing, and lo and behold, they paid for they don't sell you new, you can't get a new CVT. They're all remanufactured. And at first I just went ahead and with the warranty companies remanufactured, and then they came back to Nissan and said, no, go ahead and put yours in, which would have been an extra $800 out of my pocket. But they sucked up the whole cost of the transmission and the labor.
So you really like
them.
I
mean, the repairs and it's like, I don't know what's a matter of like or not, but I figured, this is a nice story. I'll call him and let him know. Because if you pull them up, if you pull Wynn's Extended Care up, they have a horrible track record.
Oh.
Horrible.
Oh.
And so I wasn't expecting this at all, and the Nissan guy was not expecting them to pay for the labor. So out of pocket, I had a $250 deductible, and then some stuff that they didn't cover. It all came to like $735, including my deductible. So I'm not upset at all. So
on a 2010 vehicle, man, that's an old vehicle too. How is that Rogue?
I know, man. I like it. It's easy to get in and out of. I'm 72, and so
Old
it's easy
fart.
to get in and out of. It's got plenty of zip, all that. Yeah, I know. But it drives fine. Everything else about it is nice. Except for those CVTs are horrible.
Hey, Jeff Vick.
I promise.
Jeff Vick, are they still horrible? Are they still horrible, Jeff?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
The simple answer is yes. Because they're just not putting the durability into them. Mm-hmm. And Nissan, of all the groups, I could make a career off of Nissan all by itself.
Absolutely.
So tell me, are CVTs here to stay? Are they going into more and more cars?
Oh yeah, I mean, just about every manufacturer out there has some version of a CVT. Some are better than others.
But
Nissan, however, they put all their eggs into that basket.
Why did it move in that direction?
A lot of it has to do with the cost, and efficiency. Like I say, Nissan pretty much put all their eggs into that basket. So it was in Sentras, it was in the Rogues, it was in the Muranos. Yep. So when they started failing, they got kind of a bad taste in their mouth for the entire cafe of Nissan.
But their cost per unit must be pretty reasonable because like less moving parts and all of that. There must be some allure.
Yeah, there's less moving parts, and one of the things that Nissan's done here recently, within the last year, because they only used to cover those remands for 12 months, 12,000. And I can't tell you how many times we had one fall down after 13, 14 months, and customers back in the door. Right. Recently, they started selling you, along with the transmission, you have to buy the little installation kit, which comes with a bunch of what they call single-time usable parts that you don't even necessarily have to put on the vehicle if you don't want to. You just have to purchase it. And now they're offering a 3-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The offshoot is if you try to save on not buying that kit, you get no warranty whatsoever.
Dave, did you have something to say?
Yeah, the warranty that Nissan put on that remanufactured, and again, that's their remanufactured, not somebody else's, was 3 years, unlimited mileage.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
Okay, thank you for calling. Let's go to Elliot now. Yeah. Elliot, you have a question on toll roads. Go ahead, Elliot.
Yeah, Tom. I got a notice. I was driving down. My vehicle was photographed going down I-70. I've been out of town for a little while, but it's possible that a family member was driving my car, and the way it's described, you entered a lane.
I know it. Yeah, everyone's confused.
Yeah, you got to pay the money.
Everyone's confused about these tickets. Everyone is. But if you go past the toll for the high occupancy, the HOV lanes or the speed lanes, whichever they are, and if you don't go through the previous toll booth, yet you are filmed in that lane, then you get a ticket for it. Absolutely. The technology is kind of flawless. It's hard to argue because they'll have your car not registered for a toll, yet going in that lane, and they compare the license plates for everyone in that lane. And if that car doesn't match the toll, then you're screwed. I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to get out of it.
So I've been out of town for an extended period of time.
He's not listening.
If you don't pay the 75. I'm listening to you.
Oh, now it's 150, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
But it's not their fault you were out of town.
I can just say.
Well, you know what? Actually, though, wait a minute. I did have a case where a guy I don't know if he's out of town, but he wanted to pay it, and they did go back to the original amount because he had a good excuse. I think he was in the hospital. So, Elliot, if you tell them, if you're not trying to get out of the whole ticket and you simply tell them you were out of town and you'd be happy to pay the original amount, I'll bet you they will do that. Isn't there a place for you to call or not?
Well, I tried to call, but they refer you to a website.
Yeah.
To make your, dispute.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think it matters because the time frame's gone.
What do you mean, Mark? For disputing it.
Yeah, you can't dispute it. You're better off just paying it now before the next part comes where there's going to be attorneys or collection fees on it. It's not fair and it sucks, man. We all agree with you.
Yeah, but let's people, we're getting so many complaints about this. But I want to bring something up, Mark, that you mentioned. You said it's not fair. Now, truly, if you think about the system, and thank you for calling, Elliot, but if you think about the system the way it was, people were all day long going in and out of that lane, dodging that thing that hangs over the lane that counts your car. So they were using the HOV lane, but they were not paying for it. They would simply weave in and out. It was so easy to do. You could tell where those toll trackers are. And so just before the toll tracker, you weave out, you weave back in afterwards. And Mark, what they're doing is comparing those weavers to the people who are paying.
That's why that's not the reason it's not fair, though. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they're using a traffic ordinance that is not rightly applied, and we had an attorney.
Oh, that's right, because one guy won. What was the ordinance they're applying?
Their failure to pay the toll. That's what the ordinance they charge you the $75 on, and it's simply not that, because it's not failure to pay the toll. A lot of people pay the toll and they exit early. So not only did they pay the toll, but they get a $75 ticket. Or, like you said, they weave in and out, but they end up paying the toll on their responder. That's what happened to the attorney we had on. And he tried to do it every way on the website. He fought it all the way to a judge. And what he won on was actually the way the law is written. They're saying you're avoiding a toll. He's like, here's my thing right here. I paid the toll. You can't say crossing a double line is not paying a toll. They're using the wrong law.
Okay.
And this guy actually proved it.
But if, let's just say he didn't have the toll on there, then they would have been accurate that he did avoid it, right?
I would agree with that 100%. And I don't like people that go weave in and out. If I'm going to pay for it, I don't want your cheap ass in there for free when I'm paying. So I agree with you in theory, but there's a lot of people that end up not only paying the toll, but get the $75 ticket. And no matter what they do, they can't beat it. They show them, hey, I paid the toll.
Good point. Good point. Okay, 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for all of your garage door needs. I've known these guys for so many years. They'll come to your home and do a complete opener or the garage door or any part of those, and all of the prices are on their website. Here's the website, oneclearchoicedoors.com.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag.
Yeah, still a pretty wet, sloppy ride out here. Nothing too adverse, though. We've got some slowdowns, typical pattern in some areas. I-25 in particular coming in and out of downtown between I-70 and 6th Avenue. It is fairly sluggish. 270, a little heavy out of Commerce City as well as the north end I-25 pushing up towards, it looks like, about 92nd and the east side of I-70. Even coming out of the tech center, some slight slowing. Mountain roads are a little tough, a little icy around the edges, slushy, and certainly wet and sloppy also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Hey, don't forget, get your AC tuned up, fixed, and, well, tuned up, adjusted, and deep cleaned. Do you know dirt and debris is the number one killer of ACs? And Fix It 24/7 is doing this service for people who haven't had it done because they want to show what they can do. 2 hours of work. They take that apart to the extent they can and refurbish the AC system and make sure you don't get a breakdown. They, in fact, have a written breakdown guarantee, just $39, unheard of for people who haven't had it done because they want to show you, they want to brag by doing this service. So fixmyhome.com is the website. Hit book now. Fixmyhome.com, book now. If you're looking to be a landlord and take advantage of equity, growth equity, and rents and just the benefits of real estate in markets where it counts, Vestera Turnkey can help you. Vestera Turnkey was established to help people buy rentals in hot markets, find management in those hot markets, and also sell in those hot markets. And they do it all for you or alongside you, and they coach you. You don't have the conventional risks or hassles. Why don't you find out more? You can go to mybiggestreturn.com or call them 303-888-3788. And one side note, my company is helping people use their retirement money for this investment if you want to do that. So go to Vestera Turnkey, mybiggestreturn.com, 303-888-3788.
Hey, Tom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of the guys, I think it was...
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah. I think it was Dave. I'm trying to find out who said it, but it's absolutely unbelievable. The Roadster, the Tesla Roadster coming out.
Yeah.
Look this up. Google this.
Yeah, what?
It's Google cold gas thruster.
Cold
gas thruster.
Okay.
It's going to have a fucking rocket engine in it.
And this is for that.
That's how they're going to do the 0 to 60 in 0.9.
Is that new S?
Yeah, thruster, like a rocket. No, it's the Roadster. It's not out yet.
Okay, let's see.
Cold gas thruster.
It should be open.
My boyfriend's having trouble with that one.
Cold gas thruster.
It's cold, so his thruster's not exactly responding.
Really? This thing is not responding at all. Come on, what the hell's going on? I've never had chat.
I just Google it. The first thing that pops up is a video of the Tesla Roadster rocket.
Tell me about the gold gas thruster.
There's like a plaidish, tweedish jacket.
That's
out
mine.
There. That's yours. Okay, I just don't want you to forget it.
Yeah, no.
It's there. Nobody will take it.
She'd step outside and remember it real quick.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Let me get back in there for my coat.
I
could
cannot
almost
get a
hover
result
with
on
that.
chat for this. I can't get a result. Wait.
You could.
Oh, wait, hold on. A system optional space
You
S
could
package.
literally, if you turn the thruster towards the ground, wouldn't that simply bring the car up?
Yeah. So they're moving towards
Mark,
wireless
you're
technologies
actually
like
right.
the
They
little
are.
cruiser
They're putting
they
it
have.
in the Roadster, and it's a cold gas thruster designed to boost the acceleration.
It's a fucking rocket ship engine.
10 small
They haven't even
thrusters.
come out with a price on that yet, have they?
10 small
it's
thrusters around the
50,000
vehicle.
non-refundable down.
How much?
It's 50,000 down. I have no idea what MSRP is going to be, but it's 50 grand non-refundable.
Yeah,
and more importantly, non-transferable.
So if it's non-refundable, and then they say that it's going to cost 300 grand, that's not a reason to get out.
It is that I wouldn't even consider thinking it's not going to cost 300 grand. It's got a fucking rocket engine in it. I wonder if the Lucid, just out of curiosity, has a cold gas thruster.
Oh, poor LS Buffs.
So it can't drive itself, so we all know it's not a smart
LS
car.
Buffs, change your handle name.
Right.
What fuel do they use?
Yeah, what?
It's got to be
it's
compressed.
air.
It's got to be just compressed air.
It's gotta be
air.
more than air. You need it's got to burn.
Yeah, what is it going to burn to
No, it's air, dude. It's like
It's
a
just-
CO2 cartridge.
Yeah, it's just compressed air.
Why?
You know,
Gives
Case
you
31
thrust.
didn't answer me
Bullshit.
about a girl's night
Oh my
out.
God! Think of 100,000 psi's of air.
Yeah. She's a little on the
I think
down
you
low,
still need
secretive or
combustion,
something.
Totally is, because Tim was
Nah.
inviting her to get
No, not at all.
Not
man.
with
It's
the
air.
nozzle
It's
they're gonna
compressed
put on
air.
it.
and then she's out.
My God, the guy makes rocket ships that literally go up and come down and land on the launching pad. I'm sure he can figure out a cold air thruster.
With no fuel.
The fuel is the actual air.
Is that Bo I'm hearing? Bo, are you there?
It's like a BB gun. It's like
no different than if you
You
let the
heard
air out
me,
of a balloon,
Case.
it flies away.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Jeff,
Guys in
Bo
the
over
shop
at
do that all the
Tommy's?
time.
Yes.
In fact, that's what I heard the Lucid's getting is a balloon that you blow up yourself and then just hang it out the window for
hearing
turbo.
it.
It's more simple one-day treatment I
Wonder how
receive.
they can-
AdvancedHair.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. So I was taking comments on EV vehicles, and I've gotten quite a few texts, but people are saying by far the Tesla has the best technology and the best cars. A lot of people like the Rivian. They love the Rivian SUV, and they say as an SUV, it beats the X in all categories except performance. Now,
Except performance and brains. It doesn't drive itself, Tom. My God.
how important is it to drive yourself, Mark? Why is that so important to you?
Oh, my God. Well, first of all, I'm looking at buying their taxis when they come out, and they'll go out and make me money. They'll drive people around, and I'll get paid for it. The other thing is, I mean, you know what? Someone drinks too much at your house, you throw them in your damn Tesla, it takes them home.
Yeah, Tommy, you just need to try experience it first to appreciate it.
I really do. I really need to, because as he said before, the levels of driving I've experienced, they were not even close to following navigation and stop signs and red lights and none of that.
No, you can't even do anything off the highway.
I've never experienced auto driving that'll actually turn your car onto another street. I mean, they're really just advanced cruise control with spacing and lane keeping and but they don't
everything.
They don't do anything. They don't follow navigation. So is Tesla truly the only one? For God's sakes, why would they be the only one?
There's nothing else close. They have some, I think they're called Waymo or something. They're driverless taxis, but they look like spaceships. You'll see them in California,
but here's what
Texas.
I don't understand.
Hold on, and they don't go on the highway.
Okay. There's an expression, it ain't you-know-what magic. And if it isn't you-know-what magic, why aren't other people picking up on it? Why? I mean, it can't...
He's so far ahead. Tesla is so far ahead, it's insane. And I need to say this.
Google had self-driving. Didn't they have self-driving cars?
Yeah, I think they gave up on it. But listen, man, we're talking about the same guy that's got a rocket ship that goes up and comes down and literally lands on the pad. You've seen that happen. Boeing has been around forever. NASA has been around forever. Why anybody is surprised that Tesla isn't the smartest car in the world is insane. The guy that did it is probably the smartest man on the planet. Hell, he's got more satellites in space than our government.
Yeah, I mean, he is truly a futurist. There's no two ways about it. Okay, so what offerings are there really for EVs? There's so many of them. But I'm talking about outside of the major manufacturers. Who do you have? You have Rivian, and you have that other one, Lucent, right? What is it called? Lucent. Is it Lucent? Lucid. And then what else? I don't know. I mean, exclusively electric and not a main brand. You have Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid. Are there others that you can think of, Mark, that are outside the main brands? And then of the main brands, which one does the best job when it comes to, EVs? There are so many out there now. What's that?
What's the Amazon one? The vans. We were just talking about it on break.
Well, who makes those?
Oh, the Rivian.
That's Rivian, yeah.
Mark, those seem to do pretty good.
Rivian makes the
Amazon
and
bought
I
a ton of
the
them.
fact that I know where the Rivian service center is. I've driven by a bunch of times, and I always see a bunch of Amazon vans there for service.
Okay, so
you think they're possibly charging, or you think they're there to get fixed?
No, it's just a repair facility. So Amazon probably
what about
charges them on their
BYD?
own.
But I heard that 85% of all of these repairs that Tesla needs, they're done over the air when your car's
Software.
at home.
Oh yeah, people always go, "Oh, your car's had 1,000." I don't know why they technically call it a service bulletin or a recall, but I guess it is, and they just update the software. Here's the other thing, though, with Tesla. By the way, I like Tesla. The supercharging, compared to almost everything out there, is so much faster, and the range is so much better. Now, someone pointed out that the $250,000 Lucent, that, by the way, can't drive itself whatsoever.
It's
thing
not
is as dumb as my Santa Fe.
$250,000 for a Lucid.
Wow.
Yeah, they have their top of the line's 250, but it gets a 500-mile range.
Wait a minute, Lucid cars. There's one for 250,000.
Starting at 250.
What? That would be no.
That Roadster that's going to be coming out. If you get the SpaceX package, I bet it's $500,000.
But, well, Lucid has some good-looking cars, but I don't even notice them. Are they on the road? Do they have many on the road?
No, here's some numbers that'll teach you right here. So their market cap is $7 billion. Tesla's market cap is almost $800 billion. And not long ago, before Elon stepped into the political ring, it was over $1 trillion.
Okay.
These
according
other companies
to the Wall
are
Street
pennies.
Journal, according to the Wall Street Journal, September 26, 2024, the 2025 Lucid Air Sapphire Tesla eats its dust, meaning it outdid the Model S Plaid. That's what it said. Look it up. They say the Lucid Air Sapphire beats the hell out of the Tesla S Plaid. The quickest production car on the planet is the Lucid Air Sapphire, according to this article.
Yeah, it's probably true at the time.
Yeah. Anyway, so they're talking about, and it, what does it start at? It's about 110 grand. But
well, okay, so it says it does. Let's put this in a perspective.
Yeah.
It can accelerate from 0 to 60 in 1.89 seconds. The Plaid, the Model S Plaid, is at 1.99. So, I mean, it's a tenth, but none of that's going to matter on either of those cars because the Roadster with the SpaceX package is 0 to 60 in 0.9. You can't even say 1 before you're at 60. And it's got a rocket engine.
Wow. Well, the engine is compressed air, I'm told. Hey, Robert, what is your question? And I'll take this break. What is your question on the transmission?
Yeah, this is for Jeff. I got a 2010 Chevy Cobalt, and I need to get the tranny rebuilt. What kind of price range would I be looking at?
All right, we'll answer that in a second. I got to take a break, Jeff. Come right back to that. I'm Tom Martino.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by True Green.
Your noon hour drive around the Denver metro area looking pretty good. Looks like we've cleared a crash northbound I-25. It was blocking the right lane just a little bit north of Colorado Boulevard. Traffic is returning to normal. Fairly heavy traffic southbound I-25 from I-70 down to the stadium curve. And we have the traffic lights not working at 120th and Huron. The rest of the drive around the metro area, though, is in good shape right now.
We're back in the miller's yard, who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers made it their favorite stop. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
Joseph A. Lazare is a criminal defense attorney. You've heard him on the show. He does all kinds of criminal defense, and he can help you. What I like about Joe is something that no other attorney does. He's a defense attorney that'll talk to you free of charge up front. You don't have to give him a retainer. You don't have to obligate yourself. You just talk to him. If it's a good fit and you like Joe, he can represent you for a flat rate. So give him a call at the first sign of trouble, whether it's a DUI, a heavy traffic offense, or an assault or anything like that. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. Buying real estate is a big topic on this show. And if you want to sell real estate, it's also a big topic. And I'll tell you something. If you want to sell your home, you can sell it conventionally. We have great people. Or you can make one phone call and ask homevestors to buy your house. Now, you might think, Tom, none of these services really are going to pay me what I want, but you never know. If you have deferred maintenance, you don't want inspections, you don't want to wait for loan approvals, and all you want is a price, give them a try. What the heck? It's only going to take 15 minutes for a phone call and an offer. 800-44-BUYER. Get your number. See if it'll work. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
Cool.
How much time do I have now?
The crap out of all these Corvettes and Lamborghinis and whatnot. At least for the majority of the quarter mile, because they couldn't touch his freaking reaction.
How much time do I have?
Yeah. They usually would overtake him.
Under
by the time
4
they got
now.
Okay. Why do you keep saying that? Like you answered me the first time and you didn't.
You know what John Libby just put? He said Lucid lost $3 billion or $300,000 for every car they sold.
Yeah, but I'm sure Tesla was in that same boat. Look at Amazon. It took them like 20 years to make a nickel.
They were negative forever.
And now they can't burn cash.
Somebody says, wait till you hear about the Tesla with the Star Wars package. The Model X wing comes with hyperspace.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Is he being funny? Or is that serious? I'm gullible. I'm like,
I think I've actually heard of that.
It's ludicrous mode.
What is it? Cassis Craig. It must be Craig Cassis.
I have a confession.
What?
That's her husband.
Who is? Which one?
Cassius Craig.
Cassis Craig.
Yeah.
His first name's Craig.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
My husband.
That's funny putting on his face.
It's Cassius.
Oh, it's Cassius?
Yeah,
Like
Cassius.
Muhammad Ali.
Oh, like
It's-
it is Muhammad Ali. Cassius Craig
He's a
instead
boxing
of
fan.
Cassius Craig.
I don't get it.
Muhammad Ali took a Muslim name.
Oh.
His actual name was Cassius Clay.
Clay.
Everybody knows him. He changed his name.
Oh.
A lot of people say he changed it so he didn't have to go over to Nam. I was too young, so I don't know how much validity is to any of
There's
that.
some validity to it.
But he changed his name.
But that's pronounced Cassius.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was Joe Louis that he beat the crap out of because he refused to call him Muhammad Ali. Wasn't it Joe Louis?
Oh, really?
Who won the fight?
Muhammad Ali slaughtered him.
Right.
Fuck you, Cassius.
And that was when Joe Louis was like
Yeah.
number
He
one.
refused to call him Muhammad Ali. So after that's the iconic image of him standing over the top of him.
Oh, right. Yes.
Because he's now say my name. Now
He
say
was
my
the
name.
original one that said, yeah, say my name.
Right.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee.
I have to find out about this Star Wars package. I mean, is that true? I wonder.
I know.
They just play music inside. Makes you
And make the lights
exactly.
do that.
Craig,
type
you
of
would be
thing.
shocked. You would be shocked who our audience is.
But can-
Two of them are in with
No,
us
he said
right
they
now.
never-
This is funny, but can the Model X go number 2?
Like Drew.
I'm like Drew. I can't go number 2.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
Super well. Yeah, we haven't heard that. Oh my God.
Let's get Drew on.
Dragon usually plays it. I can't go number 2 anymore.
Number 2.
Number 2?
No, have Kelly call Drew up. We do need an update on number 2.
Number 2 anymore.
Did you hear it?
I still
He
can't
just
believe
played
he
it.
texted me to go by and see Drew. I don't think she's in off air.
By what?
He wanted me to
Gotcha.
go
Okay.
check on Drew while I was back there.
He's still back there?
I was back in Connecticut, New Jersey.
Oh.
So he's texting me. You should stop by and see Drew. We'll call
Oh,
you
yeah,
on
while
the
you're there.
radio.
While you're there.
Okay.
Puts the hurt on you.
I shall.
He's really in a pickle. He can't go number 2, and then his arm, something with his arms are broke or not working. Or they,
No, it was some mixture of pharmaceuticals.
well, yeah, but then he said he couldn't because his arms he couldn't.
So it's probably better if you can't go.
Something with his arms, like I can't even, like my arms are, I don't know. But
Lucid. I just never realized they were so, I don't know.
So expensive?
Yeah.
They're more like take your interior, which honestly I like the Tesla interior better, but take that German car interior, but a little more cool, and that's the Lucid.
10 seconds, guys.
It's not minimalistic.
Provable proof of God stories out there. We'll document some of those, and then we'll take your calls, your proof of God stories as well. Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So Robert had a question for Jeff Vick, and of course Kevin can weigh in on it. 2010 Chevy Cobalt. Robert, what's wrong with the transmission?
What the mechanic said, it's coming up with all these different codes in the tranny, and he says the inside is pretty much shot.
Huh.
Is
What
this
kind
a
of
general
transmission
repair
is that,
mechanic,
Jeff?
or is this a transmission shop? It's a 4T45E. Is this at a general mechanic, or is this at a transmission specialist?
It's a transmission specialist.
Okay, that's good
it's
to
not
hear.
there yet. Huh?
That's good to hear. So, because often on those 4T45s, on those Cobalts, we used to see wiring problems where they'd chafe through and they would cause all sorts of codes. So, hopefully, you've had somebody who's looked at it and giving you a good deal here.
Are they CVTs?
But, a unit. No, it is not. It's a conventional front-wheel drive transaxle.
And how much will that cost
So,
to rebuild?
A reasonable price depending on how much damage has actually been done. He's probably starting off right around the $3,200 area. Probably capped closer around 44 or 54, maybe 5,500.
What?
Wow.
Holy crap! What's that car worth?
It's only got 100,000. It just barely turned 100,000 about 2 months ago.
Is it worth putting $5,000 into it though?
Well, what can you replace it for $5,000? I mean, he can turn around and go out and spend $50,000 and get into another car.
Yeah, you're
exactly. And it's taken care of. It's really clean. I mean, it's my wife's car, and that thing's taken care of.
Anyway, that was the price range.
Okay, well,
gave.
thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, and of course, you could always talk to Jeff about it. We got guest Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Stick around, 303-713-8255. Selling your home has...
Minivan girl?
Yeah.
That is so funny.
It drives my family crazy.
And Sue's got Mark bought her wedding.
Oh, dude, yeah, no, but I love my minivan. And my kids are all grown. Oh, I have
They're
three.
all grown and you're still sporting a minivan.
I got it.
She just
I just got it
minivan.
like a year ago.
You ever notice they tint all the windows on the minivan except for the driver's window?
Like a Canadian that sits there. Was that Foxworthy or something? Like this is pulling next to these guys.
That's so funny. That's so true.
This is the geek viewing.
You love minivans so much,
no-
even when you don't need one. That's what you're getting.
Yeah, because my youngest is 16.
Did you hear that?
No, I didn't.
She loves minivans so much, she doesn't even need one, and that's what she's
Don't
bought
get me
herself.
on my minivan.
I love my minivan.
Never lost so much money in my life.
Oh, yeah, well, that's a whole nother story. We're not talking
I
about
would say don't go down that road. That's a
Yeah, the value.
nightmare.
I thought the Tesla fell quick. Minivans chop in half the
Right.
minute you get in
You just
them.
bought a
Yeah.
Tesla minivan.
I think we should get a Tesla minivan.
Do
I
they
mean a
have
real
them?
one.
That way, your next time on the
A
way
real
to the
one.
that way, your next time on the way to the vet, you got
Yes.
Well, here's something that should make you feel better, Mark. I don't know, maybe not. One of my clients' dog took him up to see you. Found out the dog had cancer.
Oh, that sucks.
It totally did. But she spent $28,000 putting her dog through chemotherapy and radiation and dog massages and
Everything.
everything. So she got the
Hydrotherapy,
mop and glow that they
whatever.
were trying to give to you. But by the time she walked, and the dog lived like another year.
We knew someone that dropped over $20K into a
Pomeranian.
Pomeranian.
Heart issue.
Oh, wow.
that had a heart surgery. Like the fucking dog had heart bypass surgery.
Twice, I think.
Oh my
Twice.
gosh.
Wow.
And then the dog died.
It lasted about a year.
You know what, though? I can't imagine. I know how chemo affects humans. I could not put my puppy
They
through
tried to
that.
get me to my yellow lab that I had to put down a few years ago. They tried to get me to put her on chemo when she got
I just couldn't do it.
leukemia. No,
It's not the money. I don't care. It's
I know, and that's what I told them. I'm not going to put my dog through that. But they said, "Oh, it's not like what we do with humans. We're not trying to cure it. We're just trying to lengthen their lives, so they don't do it to that extreme."
Yeah.
But all the same, I agree with you 100%. I would not put my
No
dog
way.
through
But
that.
it's hard. I can't even imagine.
Especially as the
You
dog
wanna
gets
hear-
older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dog got sick, and I took him to the vet, and they couldn't find anything. Did all the blood work tests, all that. Took him to another vet. And the vet's like, "We're just going to open him up." I'm like, "Okay, do it." He opened him up, said he was full of cancer. He called me and says, "What do you want me to do?" And I said, "Well, just, close him up and just let him go." And he goes, "You sure you don't want me to close him up and wake him up so you can come say goodbye?" And I'm like, "Oh, dear God, no." Because, he had gutted him to get in to see everything. And he's like, "We can just, button him up and you can come say goodbye." And I'm like, oh, it was horrible.
What was with the handcuffs up in Blackhawk?
Oh my gosh, that's my brother. This is
Which one of you?
25 years ago.
Yeah,
both of us.
Any story where you got a preference, it was so long ago, is a good story. I have been there.
We just had a really good time in Blackhawk, her and I, and there was somebody there that we didn't particularly like,
there's
so I
fun.
might have said some stuff to them, but I mean, across the room, it wasn't personal, right to their face. And security came, and Steph's like, "Let's go," and I'm like, "No." I'm standing up for what's right. I'm not giving in.
I look at you pointing. You're not going to handcuff me. I'm standing up for what's right.
No, I will not.
And so we got 86. The cops came.
And she wouldn't leave.
And they handcuffed you.
They did, and we might have both slipped out of our handcuffs while we were in the car. It was we were young.
Well, see, the
okay,
only
we were
reason
young.
why I got handled was I left the casino, and then they never came out. So then I went back in to see why they hadn't come out. And he goes, "Yep, you're 86 trespassing." Clipped me up before I even got to the.
All charges
my
were
God.
dropped. I just have to say they liked us.
You sound like Mark. All charges were dropped. I wasn't charged with
Nothing happened here. I took up a small claim. Nothing to see here. I sued the judge and his family.
Yeah, and then we both got out of the handcuffs. But then I thought I'm just going to get out of the car. But then she was in another car separate from me.
We were separate cars.
So I'm like, well,
yeah.
I can't just leave her hanging.
And I was going to leave, and
then she was
so
going
it's
to.
a good thing that we didn't.
Anyway, but then I put my handcuffs back on.
I did not.
She did not.
You put your hand.
And our kids better not be listening to this because they've never heard this. story.
Right. So yeah,
That's how she got a date with the husband. Knew she was willing to get back into handcuffs.
Right?
That's another reason for.
For later.
That's where I thought the story was going.
Right. It sounded that way. Not so interesting.
Yeah, that's so interesting. But
So your kids are how old?
16, 19 today, and 21.
Do they know about that trip?
No.
Hey, tell it.
Does she have kids?
We're going to
She
get
has
one of
an
their kids on.
18-year-old son, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So our sons are 3 months apart. Our middle,
yeah,
my
so
middle
he'll be
guy.
19 soon.
Let's tell the
Our
16-year-old
daughter
right on air.
turns.
Hopefully
And
he's in
thank
school.
God they are good kids, because when
Yeah.
I think about what I was doing at their age, oh,
Yeah.
My son will still say, "Hey, Mom, can I go out with my friends?" And I'm like,
You're 18.
like he'll literally be 19 in a minute. I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll be the cool mom. Of course, honey. Go have fun." And then he was sneaking out the window. I'm like, "Dude." I'm like, just use the front door.
That's funny.
But yeah, the stuff that we did versus what our kids know and don't do.
We're in the same.
Racing.
Well,
I was always good, but wild child over here.
You know what's funny is I don't know if your kids are quite at the age yet, maybe your oldest, where it's like confession era for everything they've ever done wrong in their life, their teenage life.
Remember that time we snuck out?
Yeah, remember that? Yeah, my boyfriend threw up sneaking into the house thinking Mark was going to catch him. And I mean, you
yes,
know, like,
they do. They feel really open to tell us everything that they did before. Yeah. It's like, I'm glad I didn't know at the time.
That's the. Okay, so one time I was staying at my client's house watching her dogs. And I get a call at like 2:30, 3:30 in the morning, and it's all private number, and I'm like, go back to sleep, get another call. Get another call. So I answer it. and I'm
Will
like,
you accept a call from the Douglas County?
Exactly, and it was Douglas County.
It was Douglas County.
So I answered the phone. I go, what?
10 seconds,
And
guys.
he's all, man, do you have
Nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, how you doing? This is the Consumer Troubleshooter Show, recovering hundreds of millions of dollars, literally, in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. If you can't afford an attorney, we help you in those cases. Now, we help you in all kinds of cases. If you have a problem, give us a call. Today is Car Day. People call it Car Friday. I got Jeff Fick, Kimmer Transmission, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech, and, of course, our Deputy Bo, Deputy D, and we also have, I think, Deputy Doc working from home. And whatever your calls, problems, questions, give us a call. You can also, I don't mention this often enough, but in addition to 303 Martino, which you can call 24/7, our email address for help is help@troubleshooter.com. This hour brought to you by denverregen.com. They do stem cell therapy and eradicate pain in painful joints, tendons, arthritis, and I've had it done. They're great people. DenverRegen.com. All right, so Deputy Bo has a question for Sweet Sisters. Deputy Bo, did you say you had a question?
Yes.
Okay, what is the question?
Hi, Stephanie and Lori.
And by the way, I should mention who they are. Stephanie and Lori, who are the sisters, Sisters Sweets, Denver.com. They make candy. You have a question, Bo?
Yes. My sister told me you guys make a spectacular bar that you use real pistachio cream, and I'd like for you guys to describe how it's made.
What, so it's a pistachio bar?
Yeah. It's used pistachio cream, and I don't know how you...
What is pistachio cream anyway?
That's what I'd like to know.
Is it like a peanut butter made with pistachio? I mean, a pistachio butter?
It's close. So this is actually a viral candy bar that we have right now. It's called the Dubai Bar. People are going crazy for it. They're looking for it. Every time we sell it, it sells out instantly. But it's this delicious gourmet chocolate that we use. And inside is a pistachio cream with a toasted tahini, and phyllo dough.
Yeah, toasted phyllo.
And they're all mixed together. So inside is like you get this smooth, creamy pistachio flavor, but you have a crunch in there too. And it's amazing.
How long have you been guys around? How long has Sisters Sweet Treats been around?
Tom, we started out of our homes in 2020. Actually, we've been in business for 5 years. But we've only been in our storefront for just over a year and a half now. And we were recently, actually just a couple weeks ago, it was announced by Westward that we were Denver's best candy store for 2025. That is awesome.
Can people go to your website and order online?
They can. You can order online.
Nice.
Okay. By the way, where is the store?
Yeah, the store is on South Kipling. We're just north of Bellevue and south of Quincy. We're in this cute little strip mall with the 49th restaurant.
Is it near Southwest Plaza?
Yeah.
Southwest Plaza.
We're about five minutes away from Southwest Plaza.
Oh,
Right by
wow.
the penitentiary.
And so, what is so for Easter, this is a big deal. You can have some, do you have ready-made Easter baskets to go?
We do have ready-made baskets to go. We also have a selection of basket stuffers. So if you spend $40 on those stuffers, we'll give you a free basket and ribbons to include with your purchase.
And they're super gorgeous. They brought a few baskets for us here, Tom. They're gorgeous.
I want one.
Yeah. All these guys get those baskets, and then we get bumpkins.
We just get Whopper.
No, we got delicious pizza, Tom.
Yeah, that's true. But hey, guys.
Well, we had pizza
what
too.
Is the
We had two
best-selling?
pizzas.
What is the best-selling candy right now?
People love to come in and get our nostalgic candy. People go crazy for it. I love it because we get to hear stories of people's memories of their candy growing up. So right now, it's the nostalgic candy. People also are going crazy for the cotton candy cakes.
Yeah, that's a good question, Mark.
So for nostalgic, that is a great question. We're talking Big Hunk, Zagnuts, Chuckles, Cherry Mash, Twin Bing, Candy Cigarettes.
I remember those. I used to think I was such a big deal. Honest to God, imagine
cinnamon toothpicks.
Getting kids used to that habit at that age. I used to pretend I was smoking. I swear to God, candy cigarettes were so much fun. They were so much fun. Hey, let's talk to Greg, who has a question. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, Tom. Hey, I was thinking about buying a 2021 or 2022 GMC Arcadia Denali, and I was wondering what your guys thought of that.
Guys, weigh in on it.
It's a decent mid-level vehicle. I mean, the Denali's got a lot of creature comforts to it that you're not going to get inside the lower models. But, the Arcadia has a pretty decent track record if you want to compare them to other vehicles.
Sure. How many miles are on it? You're looking at one specific?
I'm looking at anywhere between 36 and 42,000 miles.
Yeah, you should be fine. That's a good vehicle to get in.
So they're a good size SUV, aren't they?
Yeah, they're nice too. Especially the Denali, a lot of comfort.
Wow. Okay, and how are the engines? They're not leakers after they get older.
They all are when they get older. But yeah, in that mileage and age range, he shouldn't have any trouble. I would still get it checked. I wouldn't buy it, sight unseen. I'd get it checked and go from there, but he should be all right.
And depending on the price point you're going at, you might want to compare it to new because, financing a used vehicle, you're going to have much higher interest rates. It may be comparable to go new.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of people don't consider new because they think automatically it's going to be more expensive. But Jeff brought up something. You do get a higher rate when you finance used, and also you get shorter terms. So if you got a little longer term and a lower rate, you could buy new possibly. Good point. Let's go to Katie. Katie has been working with Dimitri on an apartment problem. Dimitri, Katie's original problem was she was just 12 days into her lease. She was technically moving in at 68th and Lowell, and she discovered 2 dead cockroaches and assumed there was an infestation, especially based on conversations with neighbors, and also feared bed bugs. So she wanted to get out of it. Brad O'Brien said she probably didn't have a leg to stand on for habitability because she hasn't even moved in yet. What were you able to show, or what were you able to do, D?
Well, I called a couple of times and I emailed the apartment complex a couple of times. They didn't respond to me directly, but Katie told me yesterday during one of our follow-up calls is that our inquiries caused some commotion over there, and they are suddenly taking her requests to be let out of the lease seriously. And Katie told me that they're anticipating a solution to this either yesterday or today. And I have a feeling Katie called us because some sort of a solution.
Yeah. What happened, Katie?
So they are voiding my contract with a stipulation of a 30-day notice as of the day that I requested. So they're going to backdate it to the day that I requested to get out of my lease. So I will just be responsible for the 30 days from the day that I requested to the end of that term, and then they'll terminate my contract without any additional fees.
So what does that turn out to be?
Free and clear of the
What does that
issue.
turn out to be in dollars and cents?
I don't know the exact amount. I'm thinking about half of May's rent, so about probably like $700.
But you're pretty satisfied with that.
Yes, I am.
Especially because the original penalty was going to be a lot more.
I think Katie said over $4,000 is what they first voted.
It was.
I mean, that's a great turnout of events.
Yeah, in fact,
congratulations.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate your guys' help.
Katie,
another stipulation of the agreement is that you guys stop calling them.
All right, we'll stop calling. Thank you very much.
Hey,
for
Kelly,
telling
get
us.
him
We
on
will
the air.
stop. Then it's a much smaller penalty than called for in the lease. I'll tell you what. I like when companies respond on their own. I really like that. And I like that. I hate when companies don't respond. And O'Mara Ford, shame on you. This situation with O'Mara Ford has me bugged.
Tom, it's in defense of the Ford dealership. It's not the O'Mara Ford. It's O'Mara Buick GMC.
Okay, well, it's O'Mara. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, let's talk about this. She had an extended warranty, and supposedly it's not covering this. It would cover it under normal circumstances, but the warranty company is saying it happened during
the first 90 days,
a probationary period of some kind.
Yeah, and it's called like elimination period is what they call it.
Yeah, which exactly is what it is. And I've heard of these in other problems and with other warranties. There are waiting periods, but you could find zero.
Yeah, there's nothing in the contract that I could find, and George couldn't find it either. And the warranty company pointed the finger at O'Mara, the dealership. The warranty company actually said in their denial that it's the dealer who's responsible for repairs during this elimination period. So I've been trying to get some sort of input from O'Mara. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I have no evidence of it, but I just wanted to get clarification on what this elimination period is, if they disclosed it to George, and what George's next step should be with O'Mara. But man, O'Mara, I'm just getting the silent treatment from America.
Here's what I think he should do. Now, I don't know if he can sue them for the repairs. He might be able to, but that's going to go beyond small claims court, right? I mean, is it going to go beyond 7,500?
Well, what is the new engine, Kevin? What does a new engine cost for that 1,500
You're
pickup truck?
probably every bit of 12.
Wow.
12, 13,000.
Is that for a used one?
No, that's rebuilt.
Oh, rebuilt. Okay, so
All right, so
yeah.
What does he do in this case? Small claims court's not going to help him, but he is contractually covered from what we can see. We don't see any exclusions for a waiting period. I mean, where would they be written if not in the warranty document itself? Could it be on the document where he bought the warranty?
That's, if I were the dealership, that's where I would put that disclosure, right? Saying that
this takes effect in 90 days.
By the way, the contract says it takes effect on the day it is signed.
Really?
So, yes. So according to the text of the contract,
have you called the warranty company?
No.
Let's do that.
All right.
Let's just call them and say, look, you know, we want to clear this up. So please point us to the wording where you have this period. And if they say, well, that's our deal with the dealer, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't matter, but man, good luck fighting a used car warranty company.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd like to know what they're going to say. There is no exclusion that we can find in your contract. So where is it?
Mm-hmm.
And certainly they have to know, if they have an agreement with the dealer, that the consumer doesn't have a contract with the dealer and them. The contract is between the warranty company and the consumer, and there is no waiting period, and there is no exclusionary period. Or elimination period. So where the hell are they getting this? Are they just hoping this woman's going to go away and not come back?
Yeah, it's a man, George.
Or the man's going to go away and not come back?
This whole entire conversation could have been avoided if O'Mara had simply responded to my polite, humble inquiry, which is, hey, guys, can you please explain this to us? And what is George's next step? What do you recommend he does in this case? But, man, nothing but silence.
Wasn't George going to have the truck brought over there, though?
Yeah,
because they wanted to look at it.
Yeah, so George,
let's do that first. Give them a shot. See if they'll step up and take care of it.
That's what I told George to do, and he sounds like he's agreeing. He agreed with me yesterday, and his plan is to reach out, as of yesterday, to reach out to O'Mara again and ask them, you know, politely in a non-high maintenance manner to come pick up that truck and see what they can do for him. You know,
all right, now
that's what's going on right now.
K&H Home Solutions, 65 years and growing older. They have convention and they have tradition and heritage, and they have painting now. K&H Painter Pros or Painting Pros. K&H, find them at khwindows.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
You know, Gravina's has been around for a long time, and I love companies with heritage and great products and companies that are around to take care of problems if there are any. And that's certainly Gravina's, 950 West Evans. We followed these guys from almost the beginning. Of course, Larry started after working with his dad. Now Nick has taken over with his dad, and they are at 303 Gravina, Gravina. As I said, heritage, other companies just pray for. This company's been around, stood the test of time, and has great selection of windows, siding, and doors, never confined to just one brand. 303 Gravina or gravinas.com. Certainly, we've heard about all of the commotion with tariffs and the volatility of the stock market. Now, some people just don't have the stomach for it, and certainly as you're getting older, you want something more secure. You want to safeguard your investment, and there is one solution that the Keanos, mymoneymyway.com, they talk about. Jordan's here to discuss it. Jordan?
Yes, Tom. That is the thing. Is people right now are fearful of maybe not only losing money with tariffs, but waiting out to see if their money can get back up and make those earnings. Well, our whole belief is protect your money as you have it now. With our guaranteed pension account, you're able to roll over in 401ks, IRAs, put a chunk of money aside, and let it grow when the market's up, but protect you when the market comes down like we've seen in these current weeks. So that is the guaranteed pension account that we recommend to roll over some of those assets, protect them, and not worry all about losing money and getting those gains if it goes up.
And by the way, it's really important to note, you're not just protecting the principal.
Correct. You're protecting your earnings as well. So look at it as a stairway effect. As you grow that money and it goes up, you're not only growing that principal, but you're growing the earnings. And with their account, it protects the full account value as it goes down in regular 401ks or IRAs. Our account can't go lower than that 0% for a given year. So this is what people need to be looking at in today's world.
And if you want to find out more, go to that website, mymoney.myway.com, or call for a personal consultation anytime at 303-779-6600.
The check.
Yeah.
Forget it.
It's like hush money.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Right, wow.
Average break jobs are $2,200.
Yeah, we used
$99.
Yeah, there was everything's.
We used to have a $99 break job, maybe even $89 with coupon.
Yeah.
Pad slap.
Well, we used to fly the banners all the time.
We turned the rotors too for that, actually.
No, we would put up there. We would fix $99 break jobs.
Yeah, right.
They're nuts, yeah.
Our Napa Padzo back then, I mean, we're talking like, I don't know, 2010. They're cheap pads. What they have, like bronze, silver, gold, or something?
Yeah, but some of them were still organic.
They were like $6, man.
Yeah. Guaranteed to make noise within the 2 weeks.
Oh, interesting.
Then we'd sell some cheap bologna skins, man, those Chinese tires.
I used to love seeing those. Well, they've got a logo on it. It looks just like Goodyear. And what was it? It said Good Ride. But the logo's identical. Yeah. And they never quite fit. One was a little too tight for the rim, and the others were just a little bit too loose. It was never...
Chinese tires.
Unbelievable. Round and black. That's what we used to call them.
It wasn't, so a 235, 75, 15, like Wrangler radio, which came on every Jeep in the world back then. We would buy probably 100 at a time, half a truckload. And honest to God, they were like $40, $45 my cost. All day long, we'd sell them for $69 plus. And now, that same tire, like at Walmart, is like $200 fucking dollars.
Yeah. Well, they've developed it a little better since then, too.
Probably, but still, I mean, that's like an outrageous price difference.
Yeah, but they're 22s and 20s. They're no longer 15-inch tires.
Well, that's true.
They're a lot bigger. I don't think I can even buy a 15-inch tire.
If you want one, I probably got one.
You can get, I guarantee you can get 16 still.
Yep.
The worst out there is 19s. They're the most expensive pieces of shit.
It's an oddball, right?
20s are way cheaper. 22s
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Mike has a question on 2008 Chevy HHR. Mike, go ahead.
Okay, so I have a unique situation. My wife's father passed away a few months ago. He had an 08 HHR. We had it up for sale, getting ready to sell it. While driving it, the ABS valve modulator went out, and Chevy has made that part obsolete. And an 08 is its only year. 05 to 07, cross-reference, they cross over, and 09 to 12's crossover. 08 does not. I've looked at junkyards, I've looked all around, and I was just wondering if any of your car guys have any ideas where I could source one of those parts.
All right. I got to ask you something first.
If I were you, I'd look.
Go, Kevin.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. What is the part? What does that part do, Kevin?
That's what actually operates the ABS. So it'll activate the pumps, deactivate, and so forth. It monitors everything on the brake system.
And can it be substituted with the newer technology, a workaround, like adapt the new technology? No?
No, I wish, but no. Yeah, and he's going to have a hard time because even the used ones you find, there's no guarantee they're any good until you put them on.
Car parts.
Car parts is one, and you can actually, I'm looking at 3 of them on eBay right now.
All right, how much
Yes,
are they?
it's a crapshoot.
$150.
What are they called?
So it has a 2.
ABS anti-lock brake module assembly.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you go
Comes with a pump and module and everything together.
car-parts.com, you can put in your make model, but it'll search pretty much every single salvage yard in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that. Yeah, I've tried. The dealership locally gave me like a company that repairs them, but they say they can't even get the O-rings and all that anymore. So that's not even an option. So, and I sourced, I tried Stadium Auto Parts. They put me in the National. Nobody came back with one. So.
Yeah, like I said, I'm looking at, there are some available right now on eBay.
And it's impossible to rebuild them or anything, guys.
No, it's not. But you have to find the parts.
You got to find all the little parts for it, and you can't just fabricate this over it.
Nope.
I wonder how many cars have been rendered useless by similar situations where the manufacturer simply stopped doing it that way.
More and more lately. Absolutely.
What do you do?
Faster and faster.
It really renders the car useless, right?
Well, there are some workarounds we can do with TIPA modules, which are just integrated relays. We can rewire and put an external relay.
Yeah, that's what I had asked.
It's a lot of work.
But it's a lot of money, but it can be done.
But not. It can be, but not on this ABS. Nobody wants to play with modifying a brake.
Oh, because you're
responsible. It's terrifying to think you buy a car,
the liability,
and all of a sudden you can't.
Well, he didn't buy it,
use
though.
I mean, I hear a lot.
I think it was inherited.
Inherited.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean that could happen with people that buy, say, Lucid cars and other car models.
God, Mark, get over it.
Lucid.
Mark has his panties in a twist right now because somebody said that his Lucid car was more advanced than Mark's Tesla, and Mark just can't let it go. Just can't let it go. Anyway, that's it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. More coming right up.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Well, here in town, the worst part of your drive is probably I-25 northbound between Alameda up to Colfax, pretty much so stop and go through that stretch. Also very heavy stop and go westbound I-70 between I-225 over to Havana. And down south we have a crash northbound I-25 approaching Plum Creek Parkway. That's blocking the right lane. The rest of your drive, though, is looking pretty good.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're ever in a car accident with injuries or suspected injuries and you want information, John Fuller is the information source. Why do I say that? Because you may hear a lot of attorneys advertising about personal injury, but how many of them will talk to you before you hire them? I mean, talk to you on the phone personally and answer all of your questions. The answer is John Fuller. So if you want information without having to hire anyone with no obligation, you call John Fuller. Now, if you do decide you like the information, it's a good fit, and you want to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. That's John Fuller, attorney at law, and his website is callfuller.com. You know, American financing is really becoming a consumer advocate. They're offering this home equity line that it's the smart equity loan that are getting people out of high interest debt. They are getting people out of high interest debt with this product because there's no upfront fees. There's no upfront application fees or charges. And their loan officers who have become like consumer advocates with me because I'm teaming with them to get people these smart equity loans to get out of high interest debt. The number one thing you need to do is get out of high interest debt before you can start building wealth. With that money going out it's going out the window. And when you refi, then most goes toward principal. You can even make extra principal payments, but at least you have breathing room. So if you have accumulated interest, high interest debt, get rid of it. Get the smart equity loan, American financing, maybe even a complete refi and pulling cash out for something you need. 303-695-7000. Call my friends today at americanfinancing.net. 303-695-7000.
And whatever that is, school me.
Do you guys have a discount
ALUN?
code people can use today?
What is that?
I don't know what the flavor is, but
let
I've
me
heard
pull
the
it.
word.
Let me just pull it up and make
White
sure that
sugar,
it's
cinnamon stick.
Well, we'll do it on the air too, but do it for the YouTubers.
yes, for sure.
Like 100% off, free shipping,
Yeah. No, I will. We will do free shipping though. We will.
free pizza.
I don't see a shipping charge during checkout.
It's like $7, but let me go ahead and just activate our free shipping.
Illumines the salt, is that what you said?
Oh, you can do
Ooh,
that.
free shipping coming.
I'm going to create a
Free shipping coming.
we should do what
With
coupon
orders over
code?
$2,000.
Martino.
Yeah, exactly.
That's perfect.
You could. Martino's a good.
All right, we'll do. All right, it'll be Martino for free shipping.
C White 259. Martino.
Is that
What's it going to
instant?
be? What's the
Martino.
Martino is the free shipping code.
Yep.
Give
Is
it a
that
few minutes.
instant?
It might need
Yeah,
to
it
refresh.
should be instant, but yeah.
Minimum order 500.
Sure, I'll do it for free.
Oh, yeah, he said 2,000. I'll go with that.
Yep, I did it. Free shipping for Martino. Are you going to type that in there, Steph?
Let's see.
Did you like cinnamon pickles?
Did as kids, I don't know. I may have, trying it as an adult, I might not have the same experience. So.
I used to like Big League Chew.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys have that?
Oh, yeah. They got
We
sued
do.
for-
We've got like 3. They have like 5 flavors. We have 3 in stock right now, though. They have.
You gotta have the grape, right?
We have grape. We have blue raspberry, and then we have original. Yeah.
And then she found
That was the bomb right there.
sour
Big League Chew and
watermelon
candy
peeps.
cigarettes.
Watermelon peeps, and then she found Dr. Pepper peeps.
Yeah. Dr. Pepper. I know.
I know. They look really cool, but I'm a little hesitant.
I think they came out with a Mountain Dew one too, didn't they?
Oh, did they
they
really?
really?
Oh, I'm gonna have to find it.
Let's be honest. We all got peeps when we were little. They were gross.
Yeah.
But you
What
have
were
to.
they?
You just
No,
have to give
they
them
are
peeps.
fun in the
Little
microwave.
marshmallow.
Oh, I never liked those Cadbury eggs either.
I loved the Cadbury.
We need like a gallon of
When they
milk.
first came out, it was
You know
actually
like the
liquidy
Moo-Moos where
inside. It wasn't
chocolate
that
was sort of that
freaking
white
sugary
cream.
donut.
Oh, yeah,
Last
the
year when I was
cowtails.
selling
Cowtails.
Cadbury.
I love that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
totally.
Yeah.
Yes.
You ever have an Abba Zaba?
I've heard of it.
Abba
So
Zaba?
it's like a big hunk. But
I think it's in a
peanut
movie.
butter inside. Oh, it's so good.
Abba Zaba candy bar. That does not look familiar to me.
No, because Big, so what was it? Good and Plenty.
Oh yeah,
Well, there's
good
so
and
many-
plenty.
What was the big square thing? It had like nuts and raisins in it. It's a
Nuts?
Big,
We have a Cadbury fruit and nut
it's
bar.
like a cube.
You're not thinking like, let's see, they had sugar babies and sugar daddies.
The chunky?
This was chunky.
Oh yeah, chunky. Oh my gosh, I
Oh,
forgot about
yeah.
those too.
I loved Mr. Good bar. As a
I liked
kid. Just
Mr.
the
Good
chocolate
bar,
with
too.
peanuts.
Peanuts.
Very
Those
good.
are good.
Totally.
Have you freeze dried a Reese's?
Peanut butter doesn't work.
It's
The only
too much
chocolate
oil.
stuff that works good is that has caramel with it. Then the caramel is the thing that's actually getting activated and turning into something different.
So like Snickers, Twix, the Werthers.
10 seconds, guys.
Caramel M&M.
That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, I really joked about sweaty balls when we talked to sisterssweetsdenver.com, the Sisters Sweet Treats. They have a candy company, but you know what? The more I think about this, everyone knows that skit on Saturday Night Live, and I'll bet you if you did a version of sweaty balls, you could not keep them in stock. People would buy them just to put them out with the label or the packaging just to say they got them. Yeah, I mean, you guys do novelty stuff like that. I can tell from your website. You like to tap on nostalgia, and you like to, or the culture, old culture, new culture. Don't you think your version of sweaty balls might go somewhere?
You know what, Tom? We're going to give it a shot. And if we're successful, you'll get the first batch. So definitely, we like you said, we love nostalgia.
Yeah, yeah. Call them Tom Sweaty
How
Balls.
about Tom Sweaty Balls?
Yeah. I swear to you, that would be so cool. Tom's Sweaty Balls. Oh, man.
We're on it.
Okay, and by the way, their guests today, we call them common women or common men. We're going to start doing that more and more often when people come in and visit the show. Yes.
They're doing free shipping today as well.
They have to have the code, which is Martino. Is that right?
Yep.
So
That's right.
They just put that in the shipping code, or what? Is there a place to put a code in?
Yep. On the checkout page, there's a place to apply a promo code. They can just type in Martino right there, and they'll get free shipping.
What's the number one thing you guys sell that's dehydrated?
The Skittles. We call them crunchies.
What's the strangest thing you've dehydrated? You said you opened right before COVID,
do you call
so
them
it sounds like you had a ton of time.
Is that what you call them, dehydrated? Is that the proper term, dehydrated?
No, they are not dehydrated. They're freeze-dried. There's actually a difference. So, it is freeze-dried. Probably the craziest thing, that we did and we actually loved was my sister's green chili. We dehydrate, or no, I'm saying it. We freeze-dried pork green chili.
How about like a hot dog?
No, but I do know somebody that did an In-N-Out cheeseburger because they wanted to send it to somebody that didn't have an In-N-Out in their state. So they actually freeze-dried one and shipped it to them.
And when you ship it, how do they reconstitute it?
Good question.
With that, I think that they wrapped it in a wet paper towel.
Am I the only one that can't stand when he says that? I feel as if you're saying throw up when you say reconstitute it.
What?
That doesn't make sense, Mark.
That doesn't make any sense. But
that's what I think. That's why I'm asking.
It's Mark diction.
Listen to Mark's language and you'll understand. He comes from a world of his own. In other words, you might think he's from another planet.
So the most
This is the same guy that thinks a Tesla is superior to a Lucid.
The most delicious freeze-dried thing I've ever tasted was a Burger King onion ring.
Really?
Yeah, it turns into the super crispy chip, and it's crispy and crunchy, and it tastes like the most delicious fried onion ring I've ever had.
Interesting.
I think they call those Funyuns.
Right.
What does a freeze dryer look like?
It looks like a small dryer.
Yeah, it looks like a small washing machine.
And people buy them for at home. I'll bet
or a mini
Amazon
fridge.
sells them for at home, right?
Yeah, they're very expensive, Tom. The ones I looked at are about $3,000.
Oh, come on
No,
Amazon?
it's right from the manufacturer.
I have to say, we use Harvest Right freeze dryers. We love them. We paid a pretty penny for them, but they want to get them in all the homes across America, so they're actually selling them for super cheap at Costco. So if you can find one, I don't know which Costco's, but they're like $1,500 at Costco.
Oh, that's like...
Oh, my God. But what would the average Joe, literally do with it?
They have them on
people love
Amazon
to do it for hiking and camping. They love to freeze dry their food.
Preppers.
Listen,
yeah, that's true.
They have home. They have home dryers, or not dryers. They're called freeze dryers, starting at like $45, going up to $300. I mean, they have all kinds, man.
No, those aren't the real things.
Well, they're not the real
those
thing.
Those are dehydrators, probably.
Yeah, those are dehydrators.
One is called literally, $3,000.
Yeah, that's the Harvest Right machine. That's the ones I looked at a couple of years ago. and I can't believe they're like half the price now at Costco.
But some of them are called freeze dryers. Are they giving them the wrong name? One is $67.
You know,
that's not a freeze dryer.
You have to be really careful. There's Harvest Right's really the only reputable company. One other company came along in the last couple of years, but really Harvest Right's the only reputable company, and their prices are like $3,000 to $5,000.
I'm looking at the Harvest Right at Costco. I didn't log in to see the price, but I will. But it looks like a washing machine.
Yeah, that's
it looks
right,
like a front-loading washing
That's
machine.
exactly what they look like.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're super loud when they operate, right?
Really?
They are.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah, they have an
And
external
they run hot,
compressor or
too.
something.
Yeah,
too.
they have a huge, very powerful vacuum pump.
Wow, so they
Did you ever
suck
put
the
like a
moisture right
fish
out.
in it?
Yeah, you can put
Like
Yeah.
a fish stick?
No fish. No.
Never
Put whatever you
fish.
want to.
Never a fish stick. Anything.
about
What
water?
did we put? Yeah.
Well, they said some stuff doesn't change, like a nut, right?
Yeah. A peanut would do nothing.
It wouldn't do nothing. It would still look like a peanut.
Yes,
It
exactly.
would still taste like one, too.
So we have to caution people. They have to be very careful not to just buy something on Amazon that's called a freeze dryer. Now, some of them are called dehydrators, but there are some specifically called freeze dryers, but they have no kind of compressor or nothing like that. So how can they be called freeze dryers? Then there are some at $3,000 and others at $79. How can that be?
Well,
Yeah, it can't be. And that, a lot of people I've heard want to jump into this because it's kind of viral and people are jumping on the train. You can go to a farmer's market, you'll see like 3 or 4 freeze-dried people, but people are jumping on it. And then you hear of all these stories of people buying machines that they thought they were getting and they really weren't getting an actual freeze dryer. You definitely have to have the vacuum pump with it or it's not going to do the job.
Huh.
So
And,
this one at Costco is $2,500. Is that a good deal?
That's a really good deal.
Is it? That's crazy. And it says industrial freeze dries up to 3,000 pounds of fresh food per year.
Mark, we're not getting one.
Yeah, but I was going to ask, what would you like? There are certain things I imagine can't be freeze dried. You just talked about a peanut, but for example, if you put a scoop of ice cream in there, it wouldn't freeze.
Oh, yeah, it will. Yeah, people do that.
What does it do?
Yeah.
It
You
makes
can't-
it into a powder.
It's called, well, you've heard of astronaut ice cream, right? So you
like
can buy
those
these
little
at
balls?
museums and freeze dried ice cream sandwiches. So you actually can freeze dry ice cream.
Wow.
Yeah, and then it's just and then you don't have to freeze it. You can just have an ice cream
How
sandwich.
about like a steak? Would it be beef jerky basically when it's done?
Yeah, and you could reconstitute it. You can wrap it back up in like a wet
I
paper
don't wanna
towel and
throw it
forget.
back
I know
up.
you can throw it back up.
It'll go back up to its original form.
Do astronauts really have freeze dried food? Is that what they do?
They used to. They have real food now.
It's regurgitated.
What about
and
these
reconstituted.
ready to eat from the military?
Oh, those are just preserved. They're neither dehydrated nor freeze dried. They're just severely preserved and vacuum sealed.
Okay, now, Steve, our favorite
How
beer.
do you actually, if you add water back into it, how do you do that? Like literally?
It depends on what it is. So like with her green chili, then we would just add water to it, stir it up, cook it back up, put it in the pot.
And it tasted like it did
And
originally?
and it really did. Yeah, we were
And
pretty
you're saying the
amazed.
steak could do that?
It could. You can do like people do. Like you asked about pizza slices, things like that, and if or bread, you just wrap it in a wet paper towel. I know it sounds so gross, and then that water gets absorbed back into it, and it reconstitutes.
So you can regurgitate all of it.
Yeah.
Now,
Yes.
coming back, we're going to talk about beer right after this.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Well, here in town, the worst part of your drive is probably I-25 northbound between Alameda up to Colfax, pretty much so stop and go through that stretch. Also very heavy stop and go westbound I-70 between I-225 over to Havana. And down south, we have a crash northbound I-25 approaching Plum Creek Parkway. That's blocking the right lane. The rest of your drive, though, is looking pretty good.
What's an American? It sounds like an easy question to answer, but it's not so simple. This week on Red Pilled America, we take a deep dive into this question, and what we found will shock you. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show.
You know, I've partnered with Barry Miller at Vestera Turnkey, and I'll tell you why. He offers a great way for you to become a landlord. Now, that's the best way to do it. You become a landlord with their help. They show you where to buy, when to buy, the management company, the ins and outs. They take care of the loans. They take care of all of that, lining all that up for you, and then when to sell it. They've showed tremendous returns. But what if you don't want to come up with that minimum investment and you want to pool your money with others? Well, we can help you do that thanks to the LLCs I'm setting up for partial investments. I can also help you if you want to use retirement money to become a landlord. All of this, you contact Vestera Turnkey, and they'll turn you on to whatever you want to do. That's mybiggestreturn.com, 303-888-3788, 888-3788. Joe Lazzara, we've talked about him a lot because he's a great guy and he serves people who are in trouble. You know, there's nothing more terrible than being accused of something. And if you are and you need help, Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney that will talk to you free of charge and answer your questions. No charge for initial consultations. And if you hire him, it's on a flat rate basis. The only one I know that does that. 303-429-6200, Lazzara, LazzaraLegal.com. Also find him at referralist.com or at 303-429-6200.
So obviously got him up there.
I know, that was so funny.
That's where they went.
That's
I've been looking for those for the past 3 months.
She didn't want to say.
You didn't know that they were put away?
Right.
No.
You're blushing. You're blushing, mister.
Well, that's so bullshit of you, though.
I put 4 or 5 things in the drawer in Miles' room.
I was looking for a fucking T-shirt the other day.
There's no T-shirts.
Like, where's
Yeah,
the
but
big
you
T-shirt?
you get a favorite, you just keep wearing it anyway. You don't look for it.
Yeah.
My husband just yelled at me from the laundry the other day. He goes, "The dryer's not a dresser." I go, fine, I know.
I can live out of a dryer.
Right?
That's not
I
a
mean-
problem. It's just getting it crumbled up when I put it on.
Exactly. Have it nice and
I did
fresh.
laundry 2 days ago, and I will admit it's still in the dryer.
I'm constantly doing laundry.
And you don't, after you do another load, you can
A
just
lot
leave it on
less
top
than
of
when
it.
the kids were at home.
That way it leaves warm when you put it on. You put on your underwear.
So we're not wrong here. He'll be like, "Oh, look at those new Skechers at Costco. I gotta have those. Babe, I really need a pair." So go home, bring them home. It's got the same exact pair.
No wonder he likes them so much.
I went to put them on, and I grabbed 2 fucking left shoes. And I'm like, these bastards don't need 2 left shoes. I was like, how did I know? Then I looked down, and the 2 right ones were there. And I said, did you realize I bought the exact same pair?
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, but that shit comes and goes at Costco. You know how it goes. You don't get them then. You might not get them.
That's right.
Well, evidently, some things you can get twice.
Somebody knows.
Nuts. I'm like, okay,
That's how you end up with so many girls.
Someone was asking me about my Willie Nelson shirt. It was Mark Szymanski when I met him yesterday. I'm wearing a Willie Nelson shirt. He's like, "Oh, cool. Did you go to the show?" I said, "No, Costco."
But we did see Willie Nelson at Red Rocks 10
We
years
did.
ago.
Ooh, nice.
But I did get that shirt at Costco,
So funny.
along with my Rolling Stones.
Okay, I thought you were going to say
Willie Nelson's birthday's coming.
He does have the
Is it
Beatles
really?
one too.
April 29th.
And the Beatles.
Yeah.
I can't find a good monkey shirt
I will
anywhere.
say, it cracks me up. Mark doesn't even like the Beatles, but he'll wear a Beatles shirt. That's so
That was $4.
Sure, you better love that band. Like, you're average. That's just me. I'm funny.
Yeah, you're advertising.
And someone on my Kamala shirts, you can fit $4 a piece.
No,
To buy 2, get it for $3.
you couldn't get me to wear a Kamala shirt, man.
It's $2. How's that? $2.
No, I do
Comes
need
with
some
a
rags
Tesla.
out in the
So funny.
Yeah, that was that shoe thing. That one hit me hard.
I know, that's hilarious.
And now I gotta go
our
upstairs
latest-
and see what clothes
Our
I'm
latest
missing.
problem is he's like, I need new shampoo. So he buys some
Oh, here
the
we
big
go.
thing that lasts 8 years of Head and Shoulders. So he brings it home because he's getting low. It's been 8 years, right? he gets it home, and I go to put it away, and I'm like, babe, you already had an extra bottle. So then We've been back to Sam's twice trying to return it, but we keep bringing the old
wrong
one.
one.
It's no longer in SKU. Instead, she's like, "You've been here before trying to return that."
They honestly look at me like I'm trying to return a bottle of shampoo for profit.
Tell Steve
So
Moss
I
he's gotta
finally
be
told
real
her,
quick.
no way, next time it's
I'm not
you.
going to end
Yeah,
with
so
this.
now I have
You
to
gotta
put in
be
the
really
car
quick.
so we can figure out which one.
You guys are gonna
There's
get
this
mad
man
because they
trying to
returned mine.
return Head and Shoulders.
10 seconds,
I
guys.
can't.
And Gail
I
King
can't hear
take a
anything through all
privileged
that
flight
bullshit.
into space, yet
Just
claim
make
to
them
have
quick.
struck a blow for women everywhere. Illusions of grandeur are always fun on the right side of Hollywood, Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Steve, our favorite rock and roll, or our favorite beer brewer, rockandroll.beer. Steve, give your pitch right now. What can people look forward to?
Hey, Tom, this is Steve with Rock and Roll Brewery, as you know, and I wrote the Tree Farm jingle, and you just played that commercial. Anyway, my brewery is in Firestone, Colorado, and the grand opening to our beer garden, we've never been allowed to have people here before, opens May 3rd. The first 25 people from your show to schedule a VIP appointment online at rockandroll.beer, I will give them one more. They buy a beer, I'll give them one beer free for the first beer, and also half off on all T-shirts and other merchandise.
Yeah.
For your callers, I will also give a poster, a bumper sticker, and a koozie.
And his beer, for people listening, this is real deal beer, man. Beautiful IPAs. He's got, Steve, what do you got, 15, 17 beers now?
I got 16 choices. We're also making a bourbon IPA. That'll be number 17.
Wow.
We have everything here. No small, even large breweries do not have this kind of selection. We have a great selection, and I haven't heard one bad comment from anyone. Actually,
I love it.
I think
People
it's good
should
stuff.
go sign up, man. It's right here. I like it. VIP Saturday Beer Garden, free admission, and you're saying it's a buy one get one for people that book today.
It's any Martino listener, he said. So rock and roll.
I love it.
.beer, rockandroll.beer. Thank you. Listen, I have a text I want. It says, you don't need ABS to operate a vehicle. That guy doesn't have to do anything. You'll still have brakes, just not ABS. Is that true? The guy that talked about his ABS module not working? Is that true that they'll still have regular brakes?
Yeah, depending on what's wrong with the module, it could block brakes as well. So it's not always the case, but it's possible, sure.
Okay. I had another one. I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. I picked up a 2017 Nissan Altima for my kid. It has 115,000 miles on it. The transmission has never been serviced. I've heard that if you have high mileage on a transmission like that with no service, just leave it alone because you can unearth more problems by trying to flush it or trying to put in new stuff. What do you think, guys?
No, that's an old wives' tale. I mean, when you drop the pan to change the filter, if you see evidence in there, you stop, you back up. You don't perform the service because you could aggravate things at that point. But other than that, no. That's back in the 50s and 60s when the average lifespan was probably 65, 70,000 miles. That's usually when people started thinking about actually doing a service. So yeah, they were right there. They changed out the fluid and then they blamed the actual service on the failure when the two actually weren't even tied together.
So what you're saying is you service any and all transmissions, whether they're old or whether they have a lot of mileage on them or not.
Most certainly, yeah. If you see evidence to stop you otherwise, then that's one thing. But, doing preventative maintenance, it's just that. It's preventative.
Yeah,
Guys,
the service isn't made to fix a problem. If you have a problem, you're going to still have a problem when you're done.
Okay. What do you think of that concept I have of what I call zero timing? If you buy an older car, rather than piecemeal it, just go in and go through all the belts, hoses, fluids, and just change them all out. Or is that overkill?
Well, I mean, as far as the fluids, definitely for sure. If you don't have history, then it's a good time to do it. Things like belts and hoses can be inspected. If it doesn't warrant replacing, then, you can at least have peace of mind that somebody's looked it over.
Someone else wants to know here, what is the lifespan of a car battery?
That's going to depend on the battery you buy and the region you're living in. I mean, heat and cold and everything
Let's
else.
talk about the Denver area, a normal battery life. What would it be?
5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, probably all that, 5, maybe 7.
Maybe 7. Wow. So is there anything you can do to extend the life of your battery, or you just get what you get and you don't throw a fit?
Yeah, well, keep them clean for one. I mean, they will vent to some extent. So
Keep them clean? What do you
going
mean?
out there and servicing them. I mean, they'll vent the acid, so they'll build up corrosion around the terminals and around the cables. So doing occasional maintenance, where even if you do something like pour Coca-Cola over it, which will neutralize that acid, you typically we'll use baking soda and water. Clean that stuff up, get some good connections, and maintain the life of that battery.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, that brings us to talk about the end of the show. That means you can get your calls in, and we will get them for Monday at 303 Martino, 303-627-8466. Don't forget Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. And remember, folks, save all your problems for me. See you, man.
You're clear, buddy. See
you guys.
Follow Tom Martino